Chapter 4771. At that very moment, West Spirit Island of the Western Sea had two eternal sovereigns. Even if it were to go up against the martial extreme immortal sect, a peak-level sect from Eternal World, it would still have the confidence to not back down. The martial extreme immortal sect was one of the top sects in Eternal World. It had eternal sovereigns and as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Now that the Eternal God Dynasty had the support of the Wuji Celestial sect, even if the sky fell, the people of the Wuji Celestial Dynasty would be there to support them. However, this time, Marquis West Sea actually dared to ignore the ancestor of the martial extreme immortal sect, an eternal one. He actually didn't go to the small town on the west coast to pay his respects to this eternal one. This infuriated the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongming. Since the Marquis of the West Sea doesn't know what's good for him, then we'll just have to fight our way to their door. Wang Hongming's eyes were filled with ferocity. Junior will go and prepare now. After saying that, Hong Tiandao retreated. It didn't take long for the Eternal Divine Dynasty's army to gather in the small town. Banners fluttered in the wind, and the town was bustling with activity. At this moment, Gu Fei had returned to West Spirit Island and went into seclusion. Now that Gu Fei had broken through to the half-step Eternal Realm, he needed to go into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. Are those two bastards really going to fight? Marquis West Sea was immediately displeased when he received the news. At his command, the army of West Spirit Island assembled and set up a battle formation on the shore, awaiting the arrival of the Eternal Divine Dynasty's army. The renewed war shook the West Sea. This time, the Marquis of the West Sea actually dared to oppose the Eternal Godly Dynasty in the martial extreme immortal sect. This was beyond everyone's expectations. In fact, Marquis West Sea had just taken over the territory of the West Sea Dragon clan. At the same time, he had also taken over a portion of the West Sea Dragon clan's army. At this moment, in the sea outside of West Spirit Island, a huge figure appeared. While Marquis West Sea was setting up his army on West Spirit Island, the Eternal Divine Dynasty's West King Hong Tiandao and the martial extreme immortal sect's patriarch Wang Hongming led an army of 300,000 toward West Spirit Island. Those two idiots. Marquis West Sea was monitoring every move of West King Hong Tiandao and martial extreme immortal sect's ancestor, Wang Hongming. When the Marquis of the West Sea found out that those two fellows had actually led an army to kill their way to West Spirit Island, he was immediately delighted. These two fellows didn't even know how to lead an army to fight a battle, yet they actually led an army to kill their way to West Spirit Island. Weren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? However, Marquis West Sea didn't want to fall out with the martial extreme celestial sect until the very last moment. However, if the other party really dared to make a move, then don't blame him for being ruthless. After Marquis West Sea predicted the Eternal Divine Dynasty's army's path of pursuit, he set up a pocket formation for Wang Hongming and his subordinates to enter. Marquis, are we really going to go against the martial extreme immortal sect? West Spirit Island, West Sea City, City Lord Residence. Old Monster Situ said to Marquis West Sea, who was sitting on a throne. The martial Zenith Immortal Sect was one of the strongest forces in Eternal World. The Immortal Sect had as many experts as the clouds in the sky. How could West Spirit Island be a match for the martial Zenith Immortal Sect? What are you afraid of? Do you think those eternal sovereigns of the martial extreme immortal sect are that free to take care of these trivial matters? Marquis West Sea said indifferently. Neither the Eternal Divine Dynasty nor the martial extreme immortal sect are stupid enough to fight us to the death. Celestial Sovereign Thunderpeak pondered. Old Thunderpeak is right. The martial extreme immortal sect has enough problems on their own now, Marquis West Sea said. He had received news that the martial extreme immortal sect and the eternal demon sect had clashed. Both sides were in a stalemate, and both sides had suffered casualties. Otherwise, Marquis West Sea wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant as to go against the martial extreme immortal sect. That was because he had already calculated that the martial extreme immortal sect wouldn't dare to go to war with him. That was why he had gone against the Eternal Divine Dynasty and Wang Hongming in such a high-profile manner. Marquis West Sea, get out here. Just then, An angry roar sounded from outside the island. The voice spread throughout West Spirit Island. Even Gu Fei, who was in seclusion, heard it. You came pretty fast. Marquis West Sea smiled. Marquis, then we? Old Monster Situ and the others immediately tensed up. An aura that made their hearts palpitate suddenly enveloped the entire West Sea city. All the cultivators were trembling with fear. An eternal? Gu Fei, who was in seclusion, couldn't help but frown when he sensed the aura. The people from the martial extreme immortal sect had come so quickly. They had come to denounce him so quickly. It was just an eternal. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with him. A moment later, another Eternal's aura appeared, clashing with the previous Eternal's aura. The two Eternal experts hadn't even met, but they were already fighting across the void. Let's go and meet the Eternal Patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. Marquis West Sea led Old Monster Situ and the other Extreme Daos to the sea. When he arrived at the sea, he looked up and saw countless soldiers standing on the surface of the sea. Their banners fluttered in the wind, and their murderous aura shook heaven and earth. These were the battle-hardened soldiers of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, dispatched by the West King Hung Tiandao. Interesting. Marquis West Sea could tell at a glance that this army was different. They were battle-hardened soldiers who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every soldier was surrounded by a powerful murderous aura. This was definitely not something that ordinary soldiers could compare to. I heard that the Eternal Divine Dynasty has a powerful army in the West Sea. Now that I've seen it, it really lives up to its reputation. Lightning Extreme Celestial was moved. Marquis West Sea, do you really think you're the overlord of the West Sea? At this moment, West King Hung Tiandao and the Eternal Patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, Wang Hongming, walked over. What can I? Marquis West Sea sneered. You want to dominate the West Sea? You're too greedy. Aren't you afraid of overeating? The West King glared at Marquis West Sea and roared. I don't need you to worry about that. I say, you'd better go back to where you came from. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good to fall out with me. Marquis West Sea was fearless. As long as you bow down to me, I'll report to the Eternal Divine Dynasty and grant you the title of West Sea King. How about that? The West King said to Marquis West Sea. It was rare to be granted the title of king in the Eternal Divine Dynasty, and it was even rarer to be granted the title of king with a different surname. Conferred the title of king? Marquis West Sea's eyes lit up when he heard that. Didn't that mean that he had tacitly agreed to be the overlord of the West Sea? He hesitated. There's a chance. The West King perked up when he saw that. In this way, Marquis West Sea would become the West Sea King, and the entire West Sea would belong to him. What do you think? The West King said to Marquis West Sea. Why are you wasting time talking to this guy? Let's just fight. Wang Hongming said disapprovingly. In his opinion, the human army was invincible. If these guys were not convinced and dared to fight them, they would crush them. Chapter 4772. The Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was one of the most ancient sects in Eternal World and had existed for countless years. The Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was inextricably linked to the Eternal Immortal Sect, which had split off from the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. The Eternal Immortal Sect was now one of the most powerful sects in Eternal World, no weaker than the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. In fact, it was on par with them. In truth, the reason the Eternal Immortal Sect could stand up to the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was because its founding patriarch was still alive. He alone was enough to intimidate all the experts in the world. Wang Hongming was one of the three patriarchs of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, second only to the sect master. He was truly second only to the patriarch and held the life and death of countless living beings. As an Eternal One, he naturally didn't care about Marquis West Sea at all. The Eternal Godly Dynasty's army was incredibly powerful, while the other side was just a bunch of stinky pirates. How could they possibly stand up to the elite troops of the Eternal Godly Dynasty? Who was Wang Hongming? He was an antique who had lived for countless years. One look at the West King's army was enough to tell that it was an army that had been through hundreds of battles. In Wang Hongming's opinion, using this army to kill the pirates on West Spirit Island was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This, Senior Wang, the West King had dealt with Marquis West Sea for many years, so he naturally knew how powerful he was. If this guy could be killed so easily, he would have conquered West Spirit Island long ago. Marquis West Sea Wangzhan was very cunning, and an eternal one at that. If it weren't for the fact that the eternal godly dynasty had latched onto the martial extreme immortal sect, Marquis West Sea would have led the West Sea pirates to attack them. Ever since the death of the eternal godly dynasty's patriarch, the eternal godly dynasty had become a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of all the factions. However, as soon as the martial extreme immortal sect took the lead, all the factions that had been eyeing the eternal godly dynasty immediately gave up. Even Marquis West Sea didn't dare to act presumptuously. I'll just stay in the West Sea. I don't care how you fight on the continent, but you shouldn't have taken advantage of my battle with the West Sea Dragon Clan to snatch my territory. That's my territory. If you dare to touch my cheese, I'll fight you to the death. Marquis West Sea was no gentleman. He was the leader of the pirates of the West Sea, so he had rebelled. However, he seemed to rebel against the Eternal Divine Dynasty as well. Now that the Eternal Divine Dynasty's army was bearing down on him, Marquis West Sea was not alarmed. Instead, he was elated. If he could defeat these guys, he would reap even more benefits. The situation in the Immortal Continent was very strange. The martial extreme Celestial sect was at war with the Eternal Devil sect, so they had no time to care about the Eternal Godly Dynasty. However, they had sent an patriarch over. This was enough to prove the importance the Wuji Immortal sect attached to the Eternal Divine Dynasty. Wang Hongming wanted to start a fight with the Marquis of West Sea as soon as he arrived, which disrupted the West King's plan. Wang Zhan, you brat, come and die. Wang Hongming ignored the West King and shouted at the Marquis of West Sea. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. Marquis Wang Zhan retorted. I am the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongming. Wang Hongming said angrily. Oh, so you're from the same family. That makes things easier. Old brother Wang, you should just stay where you are. What are you doing here? Wang Zhan immediately put on a smile. Tui, I am the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect. How could I be from the same family as a pirate? Hearing that, Wang Hongming was immediately infuriated. The Wang family was a super cultivation family in the eternal world. The members of the Wang family were all from the righteous sections. None of them would stoop so low as to become pirates and disgrace their ancestors. You can't say that. Who knows, we might really have been from the same family 50,000 years ago. If you think 50,000 years is too short, then 500,000. We all share the same surname, Wang. You have the nerve to bully your juniors. Wang Zhan laughed. It was a very happy laugh. In fact, there were quite a number of people with the surname Wang in the eternal world. However, not everyone with the surname Wang came from the eternal Wang family. You brat, don't you dare try to recognize your relatives here. You're dead meat today. Wang Hongming was nearly driven mad by this fellow. However, when Wang Zhan saw the furious look on Wang Hongming's face, he could no longer hold himself back and laughed loudly. Senior Wang, please calm down. Don't fall for that fellow's provocation. Shi Wang Hengtiando hastily said. If he provokes me, he will die a worse death. Wang Hongming roared and charged into the sky, charging towards the Marquis of the West Sea, Wang Zhan, who was hovering above West Spirit Island. Ouch, I'm going to run first. Lord Marquis, be careful. When Old Freak Situ and the other three saw Wang Hongming charging towards them, they immediately fled. You bunch of disloyal fellows. The Marquis of the West Sea scolded. Lord Marquis, I hope you can understand. We don't want to die. Old Freak Situ cried out in a strange manner. He had long since disappeared. The others were not slow either. All of them fled without a trace. What a joke. Wang Hongming was a veteran eternal cultivator, while they were just extreme das. That old man Wang could slap them to death like mosquitoes. Kill. Wang Hongming stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the Marquis of the West Sea, Wang Zhan. Boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth was instantly drawn, and a huge hand appeared between heaven and earth, covering the entire sky. The huge hand covered the sky and directly enveloped Wang Zhan. Buzz. In the next moment, a dazzling sword radiance rushed out of Wang Zhan's body. This sword radiance was extremely sharp, and the sword chi rippled for hundreds of thousands of miles. Like a divine rainbow, it directly pierced through the huge hand descending from the sky. What? Wang Hongming was taken aback. He felt a pain in his right palm and hurriedly retracted his hand. When he looked down, he saw a drop of blood seeping out of his palm. This fellow was actually an eternal cultivator of the sword Dao, and he was actually injured. Wang Hongming could not help but be moved. At this moment, the chilling sword chi spread out. Even people thousands of miles away could feel it. The swords of countless sword cultivators trembled as if they would fly away at any time. Countless sword cultivators were inexplicably shocked. Even Gu Fei, who was cultivating in seclusion, opened his eyes. This fellow really hit it well. Gu Fei could not help but admire the Marquis of the West Sea. This fellow was indeed cunning and shrewd. He actually hid his most powerful sword Dao, and only suddenly showed Wang Hongming what he was capable of at this moment. Even Gu Fei could not see through Marquis West Sea's sword chi. Previously, everyone thought that Marquis West Sea was an expert who used a saber. Who would have thought that he was an expert of the sword Dao? As soon as the eternal sword chi appeared, even the West Sea Lord Hong Tiandao was stunned. The West Sea Lord used an eternal Dao weapon to protect himself and the 300,000 soldiers behind him. Otherwise, if the extreme Dao pressure erupted, the 300,000 elite soldiers of the eternal divine dynasty would all be dead. At this time, a layer of light appeared over West Spirit Island. This layer of light enveloped the entire island, blocking the eternal divine dynasty's pressure. Chapter 47-73. The army of the Eternal Divine Dynasty was bearing down on Marquis West King Hong Tiandao and Patriarch Wang Hongming of the martial extreme immortal sect. Wang Hongming relied on the fact that he had cultivated longer than the Marquis of West Sea. He was more qualified and more capable. He wanted the Marquis of West Sea to obediently submit to him. However, Marquis West Sea was the pirate leader of the West Sea. How could anyone want him to submit? Unless someone could completely defeat him. Therefore, a battle was inevitable. Wang Hongming attacked with a killing move, intending to kill Marquis West Sea with one strike. Who would have thought that Marquis West Sea's strongest Dao was the sword Dao? Unexpectedly, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky and pierced Wang Hongming's huge hand. Preposterous! Wang Hongming flew into a rage. The next moment, he struck out with the martial extreme divine fist of the martial extreme immortal track. Rumble. As soon as he struck out with his fist, the void around him began to tremble, and an extremely powerful wave of eternal power erupted from his body. Die. Marquis West Sea became one with his sword, transforming into a peerless beam of sword light that shot toward Wang Hongming. One punch to open heaven and earth. Wang Hongming roared furiously and punched the unparalleled sword light. A fist blast erupted, shaking the world. Even the space of eternal world, which was incomparably stable, began to ripple outwards, creating transparent ripples in the air. Everyone watching the battle was stunned by Wang Hongming's punch. When he punched out, it was as if the universe was about to be torn apart. The immortal beam of sword light that Marquis West Sea had transformed into was blown away by Wang Hongming's punch. Can't even withstand a single blow. Wang Hongming sneered. He wouldn't give Marquis West Sea a chance to breathe. He took a step forward and instantly caught up with the beam of sword light, then punched out again. It was the martial extreme divine fist again. The power of the martial extreme divine fist was extremely powerful. It was an eternal law, and the person who used it was an ancient existence who had reached the major completion of the eternal realm. Wang Hongming definitely had the right to be proud. Too strong. The beam of sword light that Marquis West Sea had transformed into was blown away again. This time, he could no longer maintain the state of being one with his sword. The beam of sword light dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. Bam! In an instant, Wang Hongming's punch landed on Marquis West Sea's chest. The speed of this punch was so fast that even an eternal being like Marquis West Sea couldn't dodge it. More accurately, there was no time to dodge. The sound of bones breaking came from Marquis West Sea's body. Marquis West C's chest collapsed from this group of attacks, and his sternum was broken. His entire body was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, directly falling into the endless sea. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Wang Hongming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. "Little fella, I'm going to torture you to death." Wang Hongming chased after him. Roar! Marquis West Sea let out a furious roar, and the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles instantly evaporated. Countless sea creatures were directly annihilated in body and soul. In the next moment, all the spiritual energy in the world was instantly sucked dry by him. His shattered sternum was rapidly healing. In just a snap of a finger, he had completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. When one's cultivation reached the eternal realm, their flesh, blood, tendons, and bones could be regenerated. Even if they were blasted apart by others, with only a drop of blood left, they could defy the heavens and be reborn, returning to their peak. Again, Marquis West Sea was enraged. So what if he was an old antique? He would do it anyway. Buzz! The sword cry shook the 9 heavens, and the stars in the sky trembled as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. At this moment, everything around the Marquis of the West Sea erupted with the power of the eternal level of the way of the sword. Every drop of water, every speck of dust, and even every wisp of air seemed to turn into a peerless heavenly sword. They covered the sky and the earth, instantly drowning the charging Wang Hongming. Sword Dao Domain? Wang Hongming's voice came from the endless sword light. Martial, extreme, divine, fist. Wang Hongming uttered each word, and a monstrous fist force erupted. Within Marquis West Sea's Sword Dao Domain, a resplendent astral fist appeared. The astral fist was like a balloon, rapidly expanding. Everywhere the astral fist passed, the endless sword light collapsed, and an invincible fist intent erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. It seemed like there was nothing in this world that could stop this eruption of power. The Martial Extreme Divine Fist was the sect guardian technique of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. It was said to be a divine ability that could break all laws with one punch. This Martial Extreme Divine Fist was definitely one of the most powerful and overbearing fist techniques in the eternal world. Once the Divine Fist was unleashed, it didn't care what domain or divine ability it was. Everything would collapse in one blow. Without any suspense, Marquis West Sea's Eternal Sword Dao Domain was blown apart by the Astral Fist. Marquis West Sea coughed up blood again and was sent flying. The endless sword light disappeared into the void, and a figure walked out from the Astral Fist. He was extremely powerful. At this time, Marquis West Sea was covered in blood, and many parts of his body had burst open with horrifying cracks. It seemed like his whole body could collapse at any time. However, he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. The next moment, all the wounds on his body rapidly healed and disappeared. In just a few seconds, he was completely healed. Oh my, I didn't expect you to have something like the pill of reversing fortune. Wang Hongming, the patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, saw that after Marquis West Sea ate the pill, all the wounds on his body had healed. Only a supreme divine healing pill like the pill of reversing fortune could have such a miraculous effect. It seems like we can finally get rid of the West Sea today. West King Hengtiando, who had brought out an eternal Dao weapon to protect himself and the 300,000 soldiers of the eternal godly dynasty behind him, was surprised and delighted to see this. The patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was indeed invincible. Haha, let's see how many pill of reversing fortune you have on you. Wang Hongming laughed and charged forward again. You think I'm afraid of you? Marquis West Sea's fighting spirit was raging. He knew that he was no match for Wang Hongming, but he still charged forward. Naturally, he was abused again. At this time, the countless experts of the West Sea who were watching the battle from behind the shield of West Spirit Island felt that disaster was imminent. Marquis West Sea was no match for the patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. Marquis West Sea's father, Wang Xian, was still in seclusion and would not come out easily. Gu Fei was also in seclusion, and there seemed to be no signs of him making a move. In fact, Gu Fei wanted to make a move, but he could not even protect himself now. In the place where he was in seclusion, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. An icy little hand had touched the back of his neck without warning, and then moved towards his back. "Little brother, it's so lonely to be in seclusion alone. How about Big Sister keep you company?" A voice full of enchantment and temptation drilled into Gu Fei's ears. Chapter 4774. Someone had snuck into Gu Fei's seclusion grounds, but Gu Fei hadn't noticed it at all. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Before he went into seclusion, he had set up layers of formations around his seclusion grounds. This woman was actually able to pass through his formations without a sound, and even came behind him. He only knew of her existence when she touched the back of his neck with her small hand. Who are you?" Gu Fei felt his throat go dry, and his body stiffened. He didn't feel good at all. "Who am I?" Haha. The mysterious woman's small hand was on Gu Fei's throat. As long as she exerted a bit of force, she could break Gu Fei's neck. "What are you trying to do?" Gu Fei calmed down. He was a man who had seen many things. After all, he had killed his way out of the human world and was invincible in the myriad worlds. He had even entered the eternal world in the end. His Tao heart was extremely firm. Since the other party didn't kill him immediately, she must have a plan. With her cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill him. "Nothing. I just saw that you were bored in seclusion, so I came to accompany you. Don't think too much about it." The woman's voice was extremely charming, and the demonic nature in her voice was very strong. It was as if every sound she made could steal away one's soul. She was definitely someone from the demonic path, and her cultivation was terrifying to the extreme. "Let's not beat around the bush," Gu Fei said indifferently. "Hee, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" The woman behind Gu Fei tightened her hand on his throat. His Adam's apple was almost crushed, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. "Of course I am. I'm scared to death. You don't look like you're afraid. Why don't I just kill you?" You've killed many people from the Eternal Devil sect, right?" "What?" Gu Fei was taken aback. What did he mean by that? He hadn't killed many people from the Eternal Devil sect since he came to the Eternal World. "Your name is Gu Fei, and you came from the lower realm, right?" This time, Gu Fei was so scared that he almost jumped up from the ground and almost peed his pants. How could this be? How could she know his origins? Impossible. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The mysterious demoness leaned against Gu Fei and said. He could even feel the warmth from her body. However, Gu Fei was not in the mood to enjoy this warm and fragrant feeling. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. "All right, I'll stop teasing you." The mysterious demoness let go of Gu Fei's throat and stood up. At this time, Gu Fei's entire body relaxed, and his tense nerves also relaxed. At this time, he was really sure that the other party did not have any killing intent towards him. "What do you want?" Gu Fei looked at the woman who had turned around to face him. The woman was dressed in black with white flowers. She had a graceful figure, and her face was covered. However, her pair of eyes seemed capable of seducing souls. One glance was all it took for Gu Fei to feel as though his mind was nearly sucked in. So powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. I've been really bored recently. That Wu Jitian fellow has been holed up in his sect, refusing to come out. I can't even find him to fight. How about this? Let's join forces and kill off that kid from the martial extreme immortal sect outside. The masked demoness rubbed her chin and said solemnly. What did you say? Gu Fei had just gotten up from the ground. When he heard the words of the masked demoness, he became dumbfounded. Wu Jitian? That kid outside? The masked demoness words were simply unimaginable. Wu Jitian was the sect master of the martial extreme immortal sect, one of the strongest existences in the eternal world. Additionally, the martial extreme immortal sect was also one of the strongest and oldest sects in the eternal world. The kid outside that the masked demoness mentioned was one of the 3 patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect. He was a ruthless character who stood above billions and billions of others. Wang Hongming might not be as strong as the super antique that Gu Fei had encountered outside the hidden Dragon Mountain range, the freakish Wu Tianheng. However, he was probably not that far off. And yet, such a powerful character had become the kid that the masked demoness had mentioned? Could she be the sect master of the Eternal Demon Sect? However, not even the sect master of the Eternal Demon Sect would be so arrogant as to call Wang Hongming a kid. Could she be like Wu Tianheng, a super antique who had already reached the Tao since ancient times? Gu Fei was left in a state of shock. What are you thinking about? How about it? What do you think of my suggestion? The masked demoness said. Kill off that fellow outside? What will I get out of it? Gu Fei asked, raising his head. Get out of it? What do you want? The masked demoness frowned. Let me see your true face. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Hee hee, kid. Are you sure you want to see my face? The masked demoness laughed as well. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw the masked demoness looking at him maliciously. Can't I? Gu Fei asked subconsciously. It's not that I can't, but there's a small problem. The masked demoness looked at Gu Fei with a crafty look in her eyes. What problem? That's right. Only my husband can see my face. Gu Fei was dumbfounded again. What? Do you still want to see it? This? Gu Fei hesitated. What do you mean by this and that? Aren't you curious about what I look like? Am I pretty? Of course I am. I'm dying of curiosity. But do I have to marry you after seeing your face? That depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I can marry you. What if you're in a bad mood? Gu Fei asked softly. Then I'll kill you. The masked demoness said nonchalantly. Then I won't look. Gu Fei said firmly. Tisk, timid as a mouse. Are you scared now? The masked demoness looked at Gu Fei with disdain. Yes, please forgive me for being scared. Gu Fei said solemnly. Why don't I help you remove the seal on your body? The masked demoness suddenly said to Gu Fei. You even know that I've been placed with a seal? Gu Fei stared at the masked demoness with widened eyes. Tisk, what's wrong with that? I can tell at a glance. The masked demoness said disapprovingly. No one knew better than Gu Fei how powerful and terrifying the mysterious woman of Mount Fulong was. The mysterious demoness could tell at a glance that she had placed a seal on him. Could it be that this demoness cultivation was higher than the mysterious woman of Mount Fulong? What realm was that? An existence that surpassed eternity? What kind of realm was beyond eternity? Why? You're not willing? Forget it then. Don't. I'm willing. I'm too willing. Come, make your move. If you can help me remove the restrictive spell on my body, not to mention killing that incomparably arrogant fellow outside, I'll even marry you. Chapter 4775. The mysterious demoness' sudden appearance in Gu Fei's seclusion grounds nearly scared Gu Fei to the point of pissing himself. Another person that he could not afford to offend. Back in the Hidden Dragon Mountains, the mysterious dragon lady had already beaten him to a pulp. Now, another existence that appeared to be even stronger than the mysterious dragon lady had appeared. Gu Fei felt so depressed that he felt like puking blood. He was an invincible existence in the lower worlds, but here in the eternal world, there were too many people who could beat him up. Even that damned freak, Wu Tianheng, was no match for him. Now, the mysterious dragon lady was able to see through the restrictive technique on him. She could even help him completely remove it. He could not ask for more. If that's the case, I'll help you. However, you have to help me kill that little guy from the martial extreme immortal sect outside. The mysterious dragon lady smiled and waved her right hand at Gu Fei. Then, a divine light of the great Tao flew out from Gu Fei's body and fell into her hand. Who are you? How dare you break my restrictive technique? The divine light of the great Tao suddenly rushed out from the mysterious dragon lady's hand and transformed into a faint, illusory figure in the void. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he immediately cowered. This was the mysterious dragon lady's incarnation. The great Tao power that erupted from the mysterious dragon lady's incarnation was extremely shocking. It could easily kill off the average eternal being. TCH, I was wondering who it was. So, it's just a loach. The mysterious demon soldier chuckled. What did you say? The mysterious dragon lady's incarnation was immediately angered. Am I wrong? The mysterious dragon lady said disapprovingly. Go to hell. The mysterious dragon ladies will incarnation attacked the mysterious dragon lady. She pointed with a finger and thousands of sword beams shot out. The mighty sword beams instantly broke through the layers of arrays that Gu Fei had set up. A shocking wave of sword energy rushed out from West Spirit Island, instantly alarming all the extreme Taoists and eternal Taoists of the West Sea. This is Wang Hongming, who was in the midst of beating up the Marquis of West Sea, was also shocked by the sword beam that suddenly rushed out from West Spirit Island. You dare to fight me? I admire your courage. After saying that, the demoness stretched out her right hand. At the next moment, the endless streams of sword light disappeared, completely devoured by her right hand. Even the mysterious dragon lady's divine will avatar was devoured by the mysterious demoness right hand. What? When Gu Fei saw this, he was dumbfounded. That was a divine will incarnation that was suspected to have surpassed the eternal ones. How could it be dealt with so easily? Even he couldn't handle it. All right, I've done what I needed to do. Now it's your turn. The mysterious demoness looked at Gu Fei with a smile. F***CK, if you're so awesome, why don't you do it yourself? You can take care of that guy in one move. Do you still need me to do anything? Gu Fei looked gloomy. Haha, you don't know this, right? It's so boring to kill him with one slap. It's more fun to play slowly. The mysterious demoness seemed to be very playful. Gu Fei was speechless. It seemed like they were just doing it for fun. You're still not going? If you don't go, that little guy called Marquis West Sea is going to be beaten to death. The mysterious demoness was getting impatient. Understood. I'll go now. How could Gu Fei dare to say no? He was about to soar into the sky and rush out of West Spirit Island. Wait. The mysterious demoness suddenly called out to Gu Fei. Is there anything else? Gu Fei hurriedly stopped and asked cautiously. There's a Tao integration pill inside. Eat it, and you'll be able to temporarily recover all your cultivation. The mysterious demoness took out a small jade bottle and threw it to Gu Fei. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but get a huge shock. Is this real? Gu Fei immediately became extremely excited. All these years, he had been trying to recover his cultivation. He had suffered so much. Now, this Tao integration pill could actually recover all his cultivation. This was too ridiculous. He had been angry for so long but still couldn't do it. Yet, a single pill could solve it? You're really stupid. If you want to recover your cultivation, you can just find a Tao integration fruit and eat it. Isn't that enough? Is there a need to cultivate again? The mysterious demoness looked at Gu Fei with a look of disdain. Why the F***CK didn't anyone tell me? Gu Fei roared to the sky. In fact, no one knew that he was an eternal being from the lower realm. Naturally, no one told him what he should do to recover his cultivation. You'd better hurry up and kill that little guy from the martial extreme immortal sect. If you're late, you'll have to collect your friend's corpse. Kill. Gu Fei directly threw the Tao integration pill in the small jade bottle into his mouth and pounced at Wang Hongming with a roar. Old brat, die. Gu Fei roared. At this moment, Wang Hongming was trampling Marquis West Sea on the ground with her foot. Who the hell do you think you are? Wang Hongming jerked his head up and looked at Gu Fei. Suddenly, two incomparably sharp divine lights rushed out of his eyes and pierced towards Gu Fei. These two divine lights were much more powerful than the sword lights emitted by the peerless eternal realm celestial sword. Although Gu Fei was only a half step into the eternal realm, he had an extremely powerful eternal martial body. He raised his hand and punched out, shattering the two beams of light. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Hongming. Breaking the extreme fist, he didn't hold anything back. He immediately used his trump card. Boom. The power of Gu Fei's fist instantly increased by several times. The moment the violent fist energy blasted out, the void around his fist trembled. Wang Hongming couldn't help but be moved when she saw Gu Fei's powerful punch. After taking the Tao integration pill, Gu Fei's cultivation actually recovered to the eternal realm. Martial extreme divine fist? Wang Hongming didn't dare to be negligent. He directly used the fist technique of the martial extreme immortal sect. Rumble. The two shocking forces collided in an instant, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void around the two. With the two as the center, a violent wave of power spread out in all directions. A large crater appeared on the surface of the sea, and the surrounding seawater was dispersed, revealing the seabed below. The two figures flew back at the same time. Marquis West Sea took the opportunity to climb up from the ground and hide to the side. Marquis West Sea, you bastard! Gu Fei roared at Marquis West Sea. The medicinal power of the Tao integration pill had already spread through his body. This Tao integration pill was a key that could open the door to the treasure in Gu Fei's body. The eternal power suppressed by the eternal world's heavenly Tao finally returned to Gu Fei's body, which surprised and delighted him. You carry it first. I'll go find help. After saying that, Marquis West Sea shot up into the sky and disappeared between heaven and earth. Find help my *s. Gu Fei was really speechless. If you want to run away, then run away. You don't need to find excuses. Chapter 4776. The Marquis of the West Sea had actually slipped away. This left Gu Fei speechless. From the looks of it, Wang Hongming had beaten the crap out of this fellow. As though he was running for his life, he disappeared without a trace, leaving Gu Fei alone to fight the martial extreme immortal sect's old ancestor. After taking the Tao-fusing pill, Gu Fei's cultivation base was restored. The great Tao of heaven and earth contained within the Tao-fusing pill had perfectly fused with Gu Fei's Tao. After that, he could no longer feel the suppression coming from the eternal world. Rumble, Gu Fei's great Tao resonated with the heavenly Tao of the eternal world. The entire world suddenly changed color. In the void, one eternal Tao golden lotus after another bloomed. Countless living beings seemed to hear the supreme divine voice of the great Tao. All the living beings in the West Sea were bathed in the eternal Tao. Some of them directly broke through to a higher realm. Someone has achieved the Tao? At that moment, all the eternal ones in the eternal world sensed the changes coming from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even the eternal ones who were in seclusion were alarmed. In eternal world, within a remote mountain range within the immortal continent, a figure who had been seated cross-legged for who knows how many years suddenly opened his eyes. This figure, whose body was covered in dust, had been seated cross-legged for who knows how long. How many years has it been? Has someone finally achieved the Tao? An old voice rang out in the cave. Who is this person? In a heavenly abyss in the heaven continent, a divine phoenix rushed out. An eternal aura spread out from the divine phoenix, shocking everyone. In the North Sea continent, on an island in the endless sea, a divine palace floated above the island. At that moment, an old man with white hair and eyebrows walked out of the divine palace. Even the Buddha continent and the Tao continent had eternal ones. Little guy, I didn't expect you to be an eternal one. You want to play the pig to eat the tiger in front of this patriarch? What a joke. Wang Hongdao said disdainfully. Haha, old man, now that I have recovered my cultivation base, even if that freak Wu Tianheng came, I would still be able to fight him, let alone you. Gu Fei laughed. Don't be too complacent. The Tao integration pill can only restore your cultivation for about 2 hours. Once the time is up, you'll be beaten back to your original state. The mysterious demoness voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What? Hearing that, Gu Fei was so terrified that he nearly fell from the sky. In just 2 hours, his cultivation base would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao of eternal world once more. Unless you can find the fusion Tao fruit. The mysterious demoness voice rang in Gu Fei's mind again. Tao integration fruit? Gu Fei was really speechless. Where could he find this Tao integration fruit? Martial extreme divine fist? Wang Hongming once again struck out with the strongest fist technique of the martial extreme immortal sect. As his fists danced about, the entire void around him began to tremble. This kind of fist force directly triggered the power of heaven and earth. Rumble. Bolts of lightning appeared in the air around Wang Hongming. This punch had triggered the power of lightning, and a terrifying destructive aura appeared in the world. This is getting a little more interesting. Gu Fei grinned, and in the next moment, he also struck out with the breaking extremity fist. Boom! Bam! The two experts fought endlessly in the sky above the sea, and the dull sounds of their collisions were like thunder. For a moment, even Wang Hongming, a patriarch of the older generation, could not do anything to Gu Fei. This is fun. Haha. In the distant sky, in the clouds, the mysterious demoness was watching in high spirits. However, even someone as strong as Wang Hongming could not sense the mysterious demoness presence. Heaven-treading steps. Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared directly above Wang Hongming's head and stomped down on Wang Hongming's head. You little brat. Wang Hongming was furious. Both his fists danced, and both fists shot up into the sky like a divine sun, blasting towards Gu Fei. The power of his fist technique was converted into the power of the fire element. The power of the martial divine fist was monstrous, and this fist technique could draw the power of the world for one's own use. The power of thunder and lightning, the power of the fire element, and all kinds of power could be driven by the martial divine fist, and then burst out with shocking power, directly killing the enemy. If it was in normal times, Wang Hongming only needed to use one kind of power to kill an ordinary eternal expert, but today, he had already used several kinds of fist techniques, and yet he could not do anything to Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he came back and forth with a few trump cards, either the breaking extremity fist, the heaven-treading steps, or the heavenly transformation hand. It was as if he was demonstrating his own cultivation technique, and every one of them could compete with Wang Hongming's martial divine fist, which made Wang Hongming speechless. Brat, you want to use me as a whetstone to sharpen your knife? Be careful, or you'll damage the knife, huh? Wang Hongming laughed. At the same time, his fist collided with the sole of Gu Fei's right foot, and the two violent forces collided in an instant, and the eruption of power was earth-shattering. Wang Hongming fell from the sky like a meteorite, directly smashing into the sea. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was sent flying high into the sky by Wang Hongming's fist technique. Boom! With a loud noise, the sea waves surged, sweeping in all directions. Heavenly transformation hand. Gu Fei pressed down with his right hand, and a giant hand directly appeared in the void, directly blasting towards Wang Hongming in the sea. The power of the eternal expert descended from the giant hand, and a huge palm print appeared on the sea. Roar! Wang Hongming wanted to soar into the sky, but the powerful palm force coming from the sky pressed him down on the ice-cold seabed. How is this possible? Wang Hongming finally panicked. The opponent's power was too strong, and even he, who had cultivated for countless years and had reached the major completion of the eternal realm, was about to be oppressed. Under my tenfold breaking extremity fist power, even if you're an old antique, you'll still have to obediently lie at my feet. Gu Fei was incomparably confident. He firmly believed that as long as his power reached a certain level, he could sweep away all opponents. Wang Hongming was shocked and angry, but no matter how much he struggled and exerted his strength, he was still firmly pressed down on the seabed by Gu Fei. Clang! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a long knife immediately appeared in his hand, which he then slashed at Wang Hongming. However, this ultimate god weapon couldn't even cut through Wang Hongming's skin. The eternal expert's body was too strong, and even the ultimate god weapon slashed at Wang Hongming's body like it was scratching an itch. Gu Fei slashed more than a dozen times in a row, and in the end, he was speechless. The ultimate god weapon couldn't hurt this guy at all. I'll slash, slash, slash. Chapter 4777. Wang Hongming was one of the three patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect. He possessed a world-shaking cultivation base. Within the martial extreme immortal sect, he was an exalted existence. When had he ever been trampled upon by someone? Although the blade in this little fellow's hand could not even cut his skin, it was still a humiliation. To be trampled upon by a junior was a humiliation. Wang Hongming had never suffered such humiliation before. Seeing that infuriated him. Little bastard, die! Wang Hongming bellowed furiously. Next, 9 silhouettes charged out from his body. Every single one of the silhouettes emanated genuine eternal energy fluctuations. It was as though 9 eternal sovereigns had appeared in the world at the same time. Every inch of the world was filled with a formidable eternal atmosphere of coercion. It felt as though the world itself was on the verge of collapsing. Ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out from the surface of the ocean. It was simply too powerful. Even the space of eternal world, which was incomparably stable, was quaking. Add Wang Homing's main body and Gu Fei's name into the equation. It was as though 11 eternal sovereigns had appeared in the West Sea. That was more than all the eternal life forms in the West Sea combined. To Gu Fei's shock, every one of Wang Homing's clones was emanating a different eternal aura. In other words, Wang Homing's 9 clones cultivated different Das. Additionally, all of them had cultivated up to the eternal stage. How was that possible? Although it was said that there were 3,000 grand Das and all of them could become eternal, no matter how heaven-defying one might be, there was no way one could cultivate up to 10 eternal Das alone. Wang Homing's 9 clones and his main body meant 10 grand Das. 10 eternal Das. No one in eternal world had ever managed to cultivate up to 10 eternal Das. And yet, this fellow had cultivated up to 10 eternal Das. Was that even possible? There's something strange about this. If this fellow had truly cultivated up to 10 eternal Das, he would have been able to kill Qin Feng with just one finger. At present, however, this old fellow's combat power was even weaker than Chen Feng's. Oh my! Even someone from the orthodox sects would cultivate such a vicious corpse refinement technique? When the mysterious demoness, who was watching from afar, saw that, her eyes lit up. It would appear that this patriarch of the martial extreme sect was not to be underestimated. Corpse refinement technique? The voice of the mystic demoness appeared in Gu Fei's mind. So, Gu Fei came to a sudden realization and couldn't help becoming furious. These 9 incarnations weren't Wang Homing's own incarnations, but rather the corpses of eternal realm experts he had cultivated into his own incarnations. In this way, he would only need to split a strand of his divine will to control these clones. Naturally, he would also be able to use eternal level power. Kill! Wang Hongming roared, and in the next moment, the 9 incarnations pounced on Gu Fei. Damn, your skin is really hard. Even the saber broke it. Gu Fei was speechless as he looked at the extreme Dao divine saber in his hand. The edge of the saber was full of dents. This was the difference between extreme Dao and eternal Dao. In front of eternal Das, extreme Das were nothing but ants. Saber sweeps 10 directions. I am supreme. Gu Fei bellowed. The ultimate divine blade in his hand immediately released a resplendent blade light. A circle of blade light slashed out in all directions. The extremely sharp saber chi cut through the void, making a shocking sound of breaking through the air. The 9 eternal clones that were pouncing on Gu Fei were directly forced back, and one of them even had a bone-deep blade scar. The saber in Gu Fei's hand couldn't break through the defense of the eternal Das, not even a hair on their bodies. However, that was under the premise that Gu Fei didn't use eternal level power. Previously, he deliberately didn't use his eternal level power to slash at the martial extreme immortal sect's old ancestor. But now, once Gu Fei released his eternal level blade aura, the eternal clones that were attacking him were immediately injured by the blade aura. Crack! After Gu Fei released this saber, he immediately heard a cracking sound coming from the saber. He looked down and saw that cracks had appeared on the extreme Dao divine blade in his hand, as if it could collapse at any time. He couldn't help but shake his head. The extreme Dao divine blade couldn't withstand the eternal level power. Looks like I'll have to refine an eternal Dao artifact, Gu Fei thought to himself. He had left his eternal Dao artifact with his wife and daughter in the mortal world. He did not bring any eternal Dao artifact with him into eternal world. Truth be told, leaving the eternal Dao artifact with his wife and daughter had made Gu Fei feel at ease. With the protection of the eternal Dao artifact, no one from the mortal world would be able to harm them. That way, he would be able to explore eternal world without any worries. Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed an extremely formidable eternal power erupting from Wang Hongming, who he was standing on. The formidable power caused Gu Fei to involuntarily take a step back. Die! A furious roar rang out. Next, a fist smashed heavily against Gu Fei's chest, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from Gu Fei's body. Bam! A thunderous sound rang out, and the punch sent Gu Fei's figure flying through a distance of tens of thousands of li. His figure smashed into a towering mountain that rose into the clouds. Damn it! Wang Hongming roared skywards, seemingly having gone mad. Little bastard! You caused me to lose 1,000,000 years' worth of cultivation power. I will tear you to pieces. Wang Hongming seemed to have transformed into a different person. His eyes turned red, and he roared as he charged at Gu Fei. He finally utilized the martial extreme immortal sect's peerless forbidden technique to increase his combat power to a level that left even himself trembling. With that, he sent Gu Fei flying. What was a forbidden technique? It was a secret technique that was forbidden from being utilized. It was only natural for a super sect like the martial extreme immortal sect to possess a considerable number of forbidden techniques. These forbidden techniques could allow the user to instantly obtain a formidable power. They were similar to the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret ascension technique. However, this was an eternal technique. Hence, compared to the secret ascension technique, it was of a much higher grade. However, the repercussions of using it were also very severe. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It was simply impossible to obtain a tyrannical power that surpassed one's own without paying a price. Wang Hongming had truly been forced into a corner. Otherwise, he would not have used this forbidden technique that cost him 1,000,000 years' worth of cultivation power. Roar! Wang Hongming seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon as he instantly lunged at Gu Fei. He reached out with his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's head. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void without a trace. What? Wang Hongming was taken aback. His claw had only managed to grab Gu Fei's afterimage. Marquis Wang Zhan of the West Sea, who had snuck back secretly, was watching the show from the sidelines. He was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Since when did this guy become an eternal one? To be able to play the pig, to eat the tiger to such an extent was unprecedented. Chapter 4778. After taking the Tao-fusing pill given by the mysterious demoness, Gu Fei's cultivation base was temporarily restored to the eternal stage. His cultivation base had been greatly suppressed by Eternal World. Thus, he foolishly thought that he would have to recultivate and fuse his own Grand Tao with Eternal World's Grand Tao. Only then could he regain his eternal cultivation base. Who could have thought that one Tao-fusing pill could restore his cultivation base? That was too ridiculous. He had worked so hard to recultivate his cultivation base to the peak of the extreme Tao. After recovering his cultivation base, Gu Fei could feel his eternal cultivation base rising by a notch. He was now able to fight Wang Hongming endlessly. Rather, he was even able to beat Wang Hongming up. However, Wang Hongming was one of the 3 patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect. His cultivation base was formidable. Even in Eternal World, he was one of the top existences. After being beaten up badly by Gu Fei, he did not hesitate to consume his cultivation base to improve his cultivation base to fight Gu Fei. Roar! Wang Hongming roared and attacked, wanting to crush Li Kuang's head. However, all he managed to grab was Li Kuang's afterimage. Gu Fei's figure appeared above Wang Hongming's head, and his foot descended. Damn it! Wang Hongming was both shocked and furious. He punched upwards. The divine martial fist shook heaven and earth. Wang Hongming's punch landed on Gu Fei's foot. Boom! A dull sound of collision rang out. Next, Wang Hongming was trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed into the sea. At the same time, however, Wang Hongming's 9 clones charged towards Gu Fei at the same time. Chaos of heaven and earth. Gu Fei roared. Both his hands moved and ripples appeared in the void around him. The 9 clones were thrown into chaos. It was as though they had entered a turbulence. Kill! Gu Fei bellowed, and in the next moment, the heads of the 9 clones flew out. Wang Hongming, who had just rushed out of the sea, was furious when he saw this scene. These were the 9 incarnations that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. Every single one of these incarnations possessed an eternal level battle strength. But now, All 9 of them had their heads chopped off by Gu Fei. With this, all of Wang Hongming's incarnations would be crippled. You what you? I'll send you on your way now. After saying that, Gu Fei directly punched Wang Hongming with his extremity-breaking fist. In an instant, Gu Fei's combat prowess was raised to the extreme. His long hair fluttered in the wind, exuding an incomparably tyrannical aura as he punched out, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom! With a loud bang, without any suspense, Wang Hongming was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away by Gu Fei's punch. He smashed through a mountain on the sea and fell into the sea. Gu Fei had used his eternal realm cultivation base to display the extreme breaking fist. The power of the extreme breaking fist was no small matter. Even if Wang Hongming used a secret technique to enhance his battle prowess, it still wouldn't be enough. When Marquis West Sea, who was hiding and watching the battle, saw this scene, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that Gu Fei would be so amazing. Just now, he had been beaten miserably by Wang Hongming. But now, it was Wang Hongming's turn to be beaten miserably by Gu Fei. Hurry up, or that little guy will escape. The voice of the mysterious demoness resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Hearing this, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly crossed hundreds of thousands of miles, appearing in the sky above Wang Hongming. Wang Hongming was lying on the seabed in a sorry state. The surrounding seawater didn't submerge him. Instead, it was dispersed by the fluctuation of essence energy coming from his body, forming a water-free zone with a radius of 100 miles. Tenfold ascension, heaven-treading step. Gu Fei frantically operated the heaven-treading secret technique. He didn't want to be entangled with this guy anymore. With a step, the entire seabed collapsed. An extremely terrifying and powerful force erupted from Gu Fei's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. The power of this step was earth-shattering. The mighty force that came from Gu Fei's foot pressed down on Wang Hongming until he couldn't move at all. Countless cracks appeared on his body. No, boom. As Gu Fei stepped down, the entire seabed turned into powder. Wang Hongming's eternal way body, which was said to be indestructible, actually collapsed. A beam of primordial spirit light wrapped around a primordial spirit and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Gu Fei directly opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the primordial spirit in one gulp. In the next moment, an endless wave of power rushed out of Gu Fei's body. He directly sat cross-legged in the void, operated the mystic art, and refined Wang Hongming's primordial spirit in his body. Little guy, die. The power of Wang Hongming's primordial spirit was unimaginably powerful. It actually wanted to seize Gu Fei's physical body and reincarnate. You want to devour me? Dream on. Gu Fei's primordial spirit was extremely powerful, so he didn't fear Wang Hongming's primordial spirit at all. In a battle of the same level, Gu Fei was invincible. He was extremely confident. Soon, Wang Hongming's primordial spirit screamed in horror. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wang Hongming, one of the 3 great ancestors of the martial extreme celestial sect, was destroyed in body and soul. How boring. The mysterious witch was a little impatient when she saw this scene. Haha, Brother Gu, you're awesome. The Marquis of the West Sea walked over and said with a laugh, this guy really hid his strength well. Even I made a mistake. Who would have thought that this guy was also an eternal one? Wang Zhan, you bastard. Did you enjoy watching the show from the side? As soon as Gu Fei saw this guy, he directly pointed at him and scolded him. This guy was too disloyal. He actually ran away at the last minute. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. This, Brother Gu, I was going to find help. Marquis of the West Sea's face did not even blush as he lied. I'm gonna faint. Gu Fei was truly infuriated by this fellow. If it weren't for the fact that this fellow was Wang Xian's son, Gu Fei would have taught this fellow a lesson long ago. Kid, I'm leaving. I'll come play with you again in the future. By the way, the Dao fusion fruit is in the nether continent's nether abyss. If you want to avoid the suppression of eternal world, you'll have to go to the nether continent and try your luck. After saying that, the mysterious witch disappeared. From the beginning to the end, neither Marquis of the West Sea nor the other eternal ones could sense the mysterious witch's presence. The nether continent's Dao fusion fruit. A sharp look appeared on Gu Fei's face. By then, the medicinal power of the Dao fusion pill was already fading away. Likewise, the invincible eternal power he possessed was also disappearing. He could clearly sense that this world was gradually suppressing his cultivation base. Due to that, he felt both helpless and powerless. The heavenly Tao of eternal world was simply too strong. This fellow is playing dumb again? Chapter 4779. The medicinal power of the Dao fusion pill finally disappeared. Gu Fei's cultivation base fell to the half-step eternal stage. The unparalleled pressure had disappeared as well. It was as though it had never appeared. Dao fusion fruit, Nether Continent. It seemed he would have to go to Nether Continent. However, Nether Continent was the territory of the demons. Demons were not to be trifled with. The Eternal Demon Sect was located there. Legend had it that there were pure-blooded demons in Nether Continent. Pure-blooded demons were extremely powerful. Pure-blooded demons were few and far between in eternal world. If he could obtain and consume the Dao fusion fruit, he would be able to recover his eternal stage cultivation base. He would no longer have to fear being targeted by eternal ones. Gu Fei had been living a very depressing life in eternal world for the past few years. He had only just arrived in eternal world when he was captured and sent to work as a miner for 3 years. As his cultivation base continued to recover, he was gradually able to live a less depressing life. However, as long as he could not become an eternal cultivator, he was in danger of being abused. The battle between Gu Fei and the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongming, nearly destroyed the entire West Sea. When the news spread, the entire world was shocked. A patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect had died. The news quickly spread throughout eternal world. That was a patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect. The martial extreme immortal sect had existed for countless years in eternal world. It had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. It also occupied countless cultivation resources in the 4 great continents. The martial extreme immortal sect's ancestral land was in the martial continent. The neighboring immortal continents, the Qin continent and the Heaven continent, were all under the influence of the martial extreme immortal sect. With the exception of the martial continent and the Qin continent, the immortal continent and the Heaven continent had only recently been conquered by the martial extreme immortal sect in the past few decades. That allowed the martial extreme immortal sect's influence to double. The cultivation resources of the 4 great continents provided for the entire martial extreme immortal sect. However, although the martial extreme immortal sect was powerful, it only had 3 patriarchs. They were ancient existences that had lived for countless years. They were peerlessly powerful. However, Wang Hongming actually died in the western sea of the celestial continent. This was something that no one had expected. The western sea of the celestial continent actually had someone who could kill Wang Hongming. How was that possible? Even the West Sea Dragon Clan's West Sea Dragon Clan was no match for Wang Hongming. Who? Just who did it? How dare you kill the patriarch of my martial extreme immortal sect? Even if I have to ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, I will kill you with my sword. The roar of the Wuji Celestial sect leader, Qin Zhongtian, came from the Wuji Celestial Hall at the peak of the Wuji Sacred Mountain in the Wuji continent. Not only was Qin Zhongtian the sect lord of the martial extreme immortal sect, he was also the supreme elder of the Qin clan in the Qin continent. The Qin clan was also one of the top cultivation families in eternal world. However, the martial extreme celestial sect was currently in a standoff with the eternal devil sect. World, Celesti Heaven Celestial Continent, and the celestial sect was as demon as sect as the long as the immortal celestial demon of demon continent. As continent, the celestial demon Wuji celestial sect's expansion naturally affected the eternal demon sect. The eternal demon sect had been operating there for many years. They wanted to take over the immortal continent while the patriarch of the eternal godly dynasty had fallen. Who would have thought that the martial extreme immortal sect would suddenly intervene and take control of the entire eternal godly dynasty? They seized the initiative and took over the immortal continent. This enraged the eternal demon sect master. Thus, the two superpowers clashed. Under such circumstances, even if the martial extreme immortal sect leader Qin Zhongtian wanted to go to the celestial continent's West Sea to avenge Wang Hongming, it was impossible. If he left, the hexapath demon sect master would arrive. That would be a good show to watch. Soon, someone sent Gu Fei's information to the sect leader of the martial extreme celestial sect, Qin Zhongtian. Gu Fei, let's see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Zhongtian gritted his teeth. By now, all the top forces in the eternal world had learned of Gu Fei's existence. Gu Fei was an expert who had appeared out of nowhere. The emergence of a new eternal expert would naturally attract the attention of the various forces. Although everyone in the martial extreme immortal sect wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to pieces, judging from the current situation, the martial extreme immortal sect would not be able to send an eternal to settle the score with Gu Fei. Moreover, the average eternal expert was not a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei killed the martial extreme immortal sect's elder Wang Hongming. The news reached the southern part of the immortal continent. In the backyard of the South King's mansion, a cry of surprise rang out. How is this possible? Hung Xian rushed out of the room and wanted to rush out, but her head hit a transparent barrier of light, nearly breaking her neck. Father, quickly let me out. Hung Xian cried out. You'd better stay at home. The South King's voice rang out. Father. Hung Xian was angry and anxious, but there was nothing she could do. That guy actually. When Gu Fei's enemies heard the news, they were dumbfounded. West Sea, West Spirit Island, Marquis Wang Zhan of the West Sea had set up a banquet to celebrate Gu Fei's killing of Wang Hongming. Although Gu Fei had killed Wang Hongming, he did not feel happy at all because he did not get what he wanted. The next day, Gu Fei left West Spirit Island and headed straight for the Nether Continent. Soon, he appeared in an ancient city of the Nether Continent. It was an ancient city that was neither too big nor too small. Tens of thousands of people lived in the city, and it also had a teleportation array. The ancient city was called Nether Sea City because it was next to the famous Nether Sea of the Nether Continent. The Nether Sea was a demonic sea. Demonic energy gathered in the sea, and countless powerful demons lived in it. There were even eternal demonic creatures among them. Gu Fei was not afraid of ordinary eternal demonic creatures, but if an old antique like Wu Tianheng came, he would not be able to handle it. People who came to the Nether Sea City came for the countless demonic creatures in the Nether Sea. They hunted them, took their cores, and refined them to increase their cultivation base. This was the most common cultivation method in the Nether Continent. In the Nether Continent, extreme Dao demonic creature core could be sold for a sky-high price. As for eternal demonic cores, they were even more priceless. Very few eternal demonic cores appeared. This was because those who could kill eternal demonic creatures had already reached the eternal realm. Why would they need to hunt eternal demonic creatures? Gu Fei found an inn to stay in. Although this was the territory of the demons, the Nether Continent was still the world of the human race. However, the majority of the human race here cultivated Devil Dao cultivation methods and were people of the Devil Dao. Gu Fei directly changed his aura. This person became shrouded in demonic energy, causing people to retreat. He cultivated primordial chaos qi and could transform it into any kind of yuan qi, recruiting experts to head to Nether God Island. While eating in the inn, Gu Fei saw someone recruiting experts to head to Nether God Island. Oh? Chapter 4780. In any city, the most well-informed place was the marketplace. And the restaurants and inns were the places where the people of the marketplace gathered. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. However, it was human nature to eat. Even Gu Fei couldn't get rid of the desire for good food. He was also a foodie, and he had eaten dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. In an inn in Nether Sea City, Gu Fei met a person who was recruiting experts to go to Underworld God Island. It was a middle-aged man who was blind in his left eye. He wore an eye patch on his left eye, and there were 3 scratches on the right side of his face, which made him look ferocious. At first glance, it was obvious that this middle-aged man was a brave and ruthless guy. The demonic aura on his body was also extremely strong. He was actually a sage-level demonic expert. A demon saint was recruiting experts. This surprised Gu Fei a little, because this Nether Sea city wasn't a super big city. How could he meet a demon saint so easily? Brother He Xiong, haven't you recruited enough people? In the lobby of the inn, a thin old man asked the middle-aged man. Not yet. Not many people are willing to go to Underworld God Island. It's so annoying. I've been recruiting for more than 10 days, and I've only recruited 5 people. We need to recruit at least 10 people to go to Underworld God Island. The middle-aged man called He Xiong sighed. He Xiong wasn't his alias, but his real name because his surname was He. How about you count me in as well? He Xiong suddenly said to the old man with a smile. Don't. I still want to live for a few more years. The old man hurriedly shook his head. What kind of place was Underworld God Island? How could one go there casually? Anyone who entered Underworld God Island would only have 2 outcomes. One was to never come out again, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. The other was to obtain demonic treasures, and then make rapid progress in cultivation, and finally become a demon saint. Everyone wanted to become a powerhouse, and many people were willing to take the risk to enter Underworld God Island. However, there were even more people who would rather live because there were too few people who could successfully leave Underworld God Island. He Xiong was one of them, and he was the only one who knew a way to enter Underworld God Island safely. Therefore, He Xiong was the one who entered Underworld God Island the most. However, this time, He Xiong had been recruiting for more than 10 days, but he still hadn't managed to recruit enough people. Count me in. At this moment, a black-clothed masked woman suddenly said, You. He Xiong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a masked woman in black sitting in a corner. When he sensed the aura of this woman, he felt a little displeased. Don't cause trouble. You're just a quasi-sage. You're not qualified to go to Nether God Island. He Xiong frowned. The experts of the demonic Tao who went to Nether God Island had to be Sacred Realm experts. Not even quasi-sages were allowed. There was a risk of dying at any moment. The masked woman was instantly displeased. Her body trembled, and in the next moment, a powerful saint-rank aura erupted from her body. Sacred Realm? He Xiong's eyes lit up. I've misjudged you. I'm sorry. He Xiong quickly apologized. Then, am I qualified? Yes. He Xiong said anxiously. He was recruiting people, and it had been more than 10 days, but he still didn't have enough people. He couldn't wait to recruit enough people. Count me in as well. Gu Fei said. All right. He Xiong was elated. He had recruited 2 Sacred Realm experts at once, but he still needed to recruit 4 more Sacred Realm experts. No one in the inn said anything. They were all looking at Gu Fei and He Xiong. Then sign your name. He Xiong handed a jade slip to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the jade slip and imprinted his mark on it, which was considered as signing his name. The black-clothed woman did the same. All right, I'll continue recruiting people. See you at the West Ferry Pier in 3 days. He Xiong said as he left the inn and went to other places to recruit people. 3 days later at the West Ferry Pier, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard this. The black-clothed woman didn't say anything. After eating and drinking, Gu Fei returned to his room. He had more or less comprehended some things from the battle with Wang Hongming. He would use these 3 days to go into seclusion. 3 days for an existence at Gu Fei's level was like a snap of the fingers. Soon, 3 days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, Gu Fei directly left the Nether Sea City from the West City Gate after breakfast and directly went to the West Ferry Pier. The West Ferry Pier was about 12 li away from the Nether Sea City. This distance was nothing for Gu Fei. He took a step and arrived at the West Ferry Pier. There's not even a ghost. Did I come early? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The West Ferry Pier in front of him wasn't very big. There were 3 ships at the pier. One was a medium-sized black ship, one was a huge wooden ship, and the last was a small ship. The medium-sized black ship was a warship made of black metal. There were giant crossbows fixed around the warship, but there wasn't a single person on board. What's going on? Although Gu Fei found it strange, he didn't really care. In a place like the Nether Continent, anything could happen. He just had to be careful. He didn't go near the sea, nor did he go near the 3 ships. You're very careful. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Gu Fei. You seem to be more careful than me, Gu Fei said indifferently. He turned around and saw a black-clothed woman standing behind him. This black-clothed woman was the woman that He Xiong had underestimated at the inn. Same to you. The black-clothed woman walked over. I haven't asked for your name. The black-clothed woman cupped her fists towards Gu Fei. Me? Gu Hong. Gu Fei gave himself a new name. He knew all too well that he had killed off one of the 3 patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongming. The name Gu Fei had probably spread throughout the entire eternal world. Gu Hong? Recently, a fellow by the name of Gu Fei appeared in the immortal continent's West Sea. He's very powerful. Are you related to Gu Fei? The black-clothed woman regarded Gu Fei from head to toe. Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined that the Gu Fei she mentioned was standing before her. You sure are well informed. However, you will be disappointed. He is him and I am me. There is no relationship between us. Gu Fei smiled. Oh, is that so? The black-clothed woman said nothing else. After waiting for 1 hour, a group of people came out from the west gate of Nether Sea City and headed straight for the West Ferry Pier. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the West Ferry Pier. The leader was the one-eyed He Xiong. Chapter 4781. Nether Continent, Nether Ocean City. The West Ferry Pier in the west of the city was dead silent. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation base, he could only vaguely sense that there were many demonic beings hidden in the pier. These demonic beings were very strange, and their auras were indistinct. Why aren't you guys going in? He Xiong, who had led the 8 great demon sages here, was surprised to see Gu Fei and the mysterious woman standing outside the pier. I'm waiting for you guys. I'll go in together, Gu Fei said. He Xiong was about to lead the demon sages into the West Ferry Pier. However, before his foot touched the ground, he suddenly felt something and retracted his foot. Scarlet Star, go in and take a look, He Xiong said to a middle-aged man with red hair and eyebrows. Old He, why do you always ask me to take the lead? Scarlet Star looked displeased. Just do as I say. Why are you being so long-winded? He Xiong frowned. Got it, Scarlet Star said as he strode forward. There was not a single person at the pier. This was very unusual. One had to know that the Nether Ocean in the west of the Nether Continent was extremely strange, especially the coastal areas. Some unknown demonic creatures would often invade the coastal areas, causing many casualties. The West Ferry Pier was an important pier of the Nether Ocean City. It was impossible for there to be no one there, as there were soldiers of the Nether Ocean City guarding this place. This group of people is so nervous. What the heck is there? Why are they so nervous? Scarlet Star cursed as he walked towards the pier. Swoosh. At this moment, a black light rushed out from the bushes at the side and shot towards Scarlet Star. What's that? The eyes of the people outside lit up. Demonic snake? Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He instantly saw the black light clearly. It was a thin, long, chopstick-like black snake. Oomph! Demon Saint Scarlet Star's saber slashed at the black shadow. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The black shadow was sent flying by Scarlet Star's slash and fell to the ground. However, the demonic snake bounced up from the ground and shot towards Scarlet Star at lightning speed. What the F***CK is this? Devil Sage Scarlet Star was taken aback. Once again, he slashed the demonic snake away with his saber. However, at this moment, countless demonic snakes appeared in the surroundings, and the ground was covered in a black mass. Demon Sage Scarlet Star felt his scalp go numb. He was so frightened that he soared into the sky, not daring to stay on the ground any longer. In Eternal World, only sacred-level living beings could fly through the sky. Just as Demon Sage Scarlet Star flew into the sky, a black shadow shot towards Demon Sage Scarlet Star at an unimaginable speed, directly piercing through his demonic body. How is this possible? Scarlet Star looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. The next moment, he fell from the sky and became a pool of blood, leaving only a pile of clothes on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This demonic snake was so powerful. How were they going to go out to sea? Go to Underworld God Island to try my luck? They hadn't even set sail yet, but Scarlet Star Demonic Sage had already received his lunchbox. Black Boss, I think we should forget about this trip to Underworld God Island, a black-clothed demon saint said with a trembling voice. TSK, are you afraid just like that? Another tall, mighty, and muscular demon saint glanced at the black-clothed demon saint disdainfully and sneered. Chu Hong, I know you're strong. Go ahead then. The black-clothed demon saint sneered. Humph. The demon saint called Chu Hong did not say anything. He cultivated the eternal demon body and had achieved minor success in it. His demon body was strong enough to fight against the strongest sacred-level Dao artifact. However, he knew that he couldn't handle so many demonic snakes. These are Nether Sea demonic snakes. They rarely come ashore. What's going on? A female demon saint with a strange and enchanting aura suddenly said, Fengji, do you know the origin of these demonic snakes? He Xiong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The female demon saint called Fengji walked out with a smile and said, These demonic snakes are unique to the Nether Sea. They are invulnerable and extremely venomous. How do we deal with these demonic snakes? He Xiong asked hurriedly. Gu Fei watched quietly from the side. Simple. Fengji smiled. What? Simple? Even that demon saint Scarlet Star got his lunchbox. Chu Hong said loudly. That's the truth. These Nether Sea demonic snakes are most afraid of fire. Nether Sea demonic snakes are nowhere to be seen. Fengji said disapprovingly. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at a golden-haired youth. This guy was called Hui Yaoming. He escaped from the fire continent and was a fire demon saint. Why are you all looking at me? Hui Yaoming's hair stood on end. What else can I do? He Xiong looked at Hui Yaoming with a faint smile. He Xiong, I can't do it. Hui Yaoming immediately admitted defeat. Damn, these demonic snakes are so powerful. If I go up, won't I end up like that demon saint Scarlet Star? I won't even be able to preserve my corpse and turn into a puddle of blood? This guy who escaped from the fire continent to the nether continent admitted defeat. The fire continent also had demonic cultivators. This Hui Yaoming was a fire-type demonic cultivator. The mysterious Dragon Lady's attack on the fire continent had affected the entire fire continent. Countless fire continent cultivators fled the fire continent. Even the fire continent's old ancestor was crippled. Who would dare to stay in the fire continent? However, after coming to the nether continent, Hui Yaoming was in a miserable state. He wanted to take the risk and head to the Nether God Island to reap some benefits. Who would have thought that before he even set off, he would encounter such a situation? Didn't Fengji say that the Nether Sea demonic snakes are afraid of fire? Only you cultivate the fire-type power. Only you can go up. We will cheer you on. Yeah, we want to help too. But we aren't fire-type cultivators. Sorry, but we can't help. Everyone said. So long-winded. Gu Fei stepped forward and kicked Hui Yaoming's butt. Hui Yaoming immediately flew up and fell towards the pier. The pier was filled with Nether Sea demonic snakes. These demonic snakes were eating the puddle of blood that demon Saint Scarlet Star had turned into. Gu Hong, fuck. This daddy isn't finished with you. Hui Yaoming looked at the Nether Sea demonic snakes on the ground and was about to explode. He desperately circulated the mystic demonic in fire technique. An incomparably powerful demonic fire erupted from his body, turning him into a huge fireball as he smashed into the pier. You're awesome. At this time, everyone gave a thumbs up to Gu Fei, who had changed his name to Gu Hong. This Gu Hong was direct and violent enough. He settled everything with one kick. Chapter 4782. It had to be said that nature was mysterious. Everything in the world had a natural counterforce to each other. Hui Yaoming's cultivation level was lower than Scarlet Star's, who was killed by the Nether Sea Devil Snake. However, he was able to disperse the Nether Sea Devil Snakes on the pier. This was because the Nether Sea Devil Snakes were afraid of fire. That scared me to death. Hui Yaoming stood on the pier, his legs trembling and his forehead perspiring. Even his voice was trembling. This fella is too timid. Everyone was disdainful. Originally, He Xiong had recruited 10 Devil Path Saints to go out to sea. Including himself, there were 11 Devil Saints. Although such a force wasn't very strong, It was more than enough to go out to sea. The nether sea of the nether continent was different from the west sea of the celestial continent. There were very few pirates on the nether sea because it was very dangerous. No one knew how many terrifying demonic creatures were hidden in the nether sea. If they were not careful, they would definitely be dead if they encountered an extreme Dao or even an eternal Dao demonic creature. However, He Xiong had a relatively safe route in his hands. If they followed this route, they would be able to reach the Nether God Island safely. It was just relatively safe. This was because there was no absolute safety on the Nether Sea. No wonder there is no one at the pier. Looks like they were all eaten by the Nether Sea Devil Snake. He Xiong led the group of demon sages to the pier. He frowned when he saw Scarlet Star's clothes on the ground. The Nether Sea Devil Snake did not even leave a corpse behind. The Nether Sea Devil Snake's venom was terrifying. It could turn a sage expert's body into a puddle of blood. There should be no one on the ship. Let's go and take a look, He Xiong said to a demon sage beside him. This demon sage looked ferocious and had a bone necklace strung with skulls on his neck. White-bone demon sage, Boss He asked you to go up. Why aren't you going up? Feng Ji glanced at White-bone demon sage and said, "Humph." White-bone devil sneered. Then he leaped up and landed on the black ship. This black ship was the black devil ship that they were going to board. Come on up. Soon, White-bone demon saint's voice came from the cabin. When everyone heard this, they all jumped onto the black devil. The deck was very clean, but there were many clothes and various demonic artifacts scattered on it. It was obvious that the owner of these clothes had been eaten by the Nether Sea Devil Snake. Because of Hua Yaoming, the Netherworld Sea Devil Snake did not appear again. This made everyone relax. Although the mysterious demonic in fire technique wasn't a top-notch technique, it was still a fire elemental demonic technique. Once the Nether Sea Devil Snake sensed the fire elemental aura, it would hide far away. The sailors are all dead? What should we do? Everyone was dumbfounded. Get ready to set sail. I'll take the helm myself. He Xiong shouted at the crowd. The Black Boss is personally steering the helm? Everyone was surprised and bewildered. Soon, the Black Devil set out to sea. After the Black Devil ship left the dock, the Nether Sea Devil Snakes appeared on the dock again. You were the one who kicked me out, weren't you? At this time, Hua Yaoming came to find Gu Fei. On the deck, everyone was excited when they saw that there was a show to watch. Demonic cultivators love to fight. They would never mind watching a show. Brother Gu Hong, that kick of yours was really amazing, White-Bone Devil Sage said with a smile. If it wasn't for Brother Gu Hong's kick, this coward might still be at the dock. Another Devil Sage said, Who are you calling a coward? Hua Yaoming roared at the Devil Sage. This Devil Sage was tall and skinny. His name was Skywind Devil Sage. I said you're a coward. So what? What can you do to me? Skywind Devil Sage sneered. I'll settle the score with you later, Hua Yaoming said as he stared at Gu Fei, who had changed his name to Gu Hong. You dared to kick me. How are you going to settle the score? Hua Yaoming stared at Gu Fei and sneered. You can settle it however you want, Gu Fei said indifferently. Very good, then eat my foot too, Hua Yaoming said as he sent a kick towards Gu Fei's face. A layer of mystical and demonic fire appeared on his right leg. Gu Fei extended his right hand and grabbed Hua Yaoming's right leg. He then threw Hua Yaoming into the air and smashed him on the deck. Bam! Everyone heard a dull thud, and the entire Black Devil shook violently. If it wasn't for the protection of the demonic Dao, the deck would have been smashed through. Seeing this scene, everyone on the deck was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs almost fell off the deck. Hua Yaoming was smashed to the point where he felt like his bones were falling apart. His entire body was in excruciating pain as he laid on the deck. He couldn't even stand up for a while. Hua Yaoming was a fire element devil sage. How could he be defeated by this Gu Hong guy in one move? Everyone looked at Gu Fei in a different light. Who else needs to be fixed? Gu Fei calmly swept his gaze across the crowd. These fellows were arrogant and unruly. Only by teaching them a lesson would they not dare to make any noise. Everyone was speechless. Although some of the devil sages were unhappy, they didn't dare to do anything. Hua Yaoming was a good example. Brother Gu Hong, You're also too condescending. White-boned devil sage walked out and said coldly, I am arrogant. So what? Gu Fei was very domineering. In order to suppress these guys' demonic flames, he had to be stronger than them. Then let me experience Brother Gu Hong's means. As White-boned devil sage spoke, the 18 skulls on his neck lit up and a terrifying demonic Dao aura erupted. This guy. The rest of the people on the deck immediately moved away. The skulls on White-boned devil sage's neck flew up and turned into the size of a wheel. They bit at Gu Fei, and each skull was still spitting out terrifying demonic flames. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Facing such a powerful attack, he still looked calm. The 18 skulls of White-boned devil sage were a very powerful demonic Dao artifact. Each skull was refined from the skull of a sage realm demonic Dao expert. When the 18 skulls attacked together, even a great sage devil sage would have to flee. This was the source of White-boned devil sage's confidence. This Gu Hong is courting death. Yeah, this kid is too arrogant. The consequences of being arrogant are tragic. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Only He Xiong, who was at the helm, frowned but didn't say anything. Chapter 4783. In the Nether Continent, above the Nether Sea, a black demonic ship was moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. This black demonic ship was the Black Devil. On the deck of the Black Devil, there was a vast amount of demonic chi. 18 skulls lunged towards Gu Fei at the same time. The demonic might was shocking. The rest of the people on the deck dodged. The White-boned devil sage used his trump card right from the start. He wanted to take Gu Fei down a notch. However, the White-boned devil sage underestimated Gu Fei and overestimated himself. However, the others were not optimistic about Gu Fei. The White-boned devil sage was not an ordinary devil sage. He was a great sage. Moreover, these 18 skulls were a terrifyingly powerful demonic Dao treasure crafted by White-boned devil sage. Even if Gu Fei was a great sage, he was definitely not a match for the White-boned devil sage. However, it was a pity that Gu Fei was not a great sage. He was a half-step eternal realm existence. Moreover, his martial body was a genuine eternal martial body. This guy is dead meat. Overestimating himself. Everyone was already imagining the scene of Gu Fei being torn apart by the 18 skulls. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned by what happened next. They were all dumbfounded. They saw Gu Fei slap the 18 skulls, which were the size of wheels, away. 2 of the skulls even shattered in the void. How? How is this possible? Hui Yaoming, who had retreated to the side, turned pale with fright. You dare to damage my Dao weapon? The White-boned devil sage spat out a mouthful of demonic blood. The destruction of his natal Dao weapon was a huge blow to him. Hey, I still want to hurt you. Gu Fei took a step forward and reached out with his right hand. He grabbed the White-boned devil snake's neck and lifted the devil sage into the air. The White-boned devil sage was really frightened. He saw Gu Fei make a move, but he could not avoid Gu Fei's grab. Have mercy. He Xiong couldn't sit still anymore. You're all looking for trouble. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and angry. The skulls that were slapped away by Gu Fei fell into the sea and floated on the surface of the sea. Are you convinced? Gu Fei didn't care about He Xiong. This fellow wasn't a good person. If he was tortured by this White-boned devil sage, this fella definitely wouldn't stand up for him. I refuse to accept this. White-boned demon saint roared. Bam! Gu Fei clenched his left fist and punched White-boned demon saint. In the next moment, a bone-cracking sound was heard from White-boned demon saint's body. White-boned devil sage was hit by Gu Fei's punch until all the bones in his body felt like they were falling apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fellow Taoist Gu, please show mercy. He Xiong said hurriedly. As long as he submits, I will let him go. Gu Fei said indifferently. He Xiong's expression changed several times. Bam! Gu Fei continued to attack. He had never been lenient when it came to these demonic cultivators. His punch caused White-boned demon saint's chest to cave in. I surrender. I surrender. Stop hitting me. At this moment, White-boned demon saint was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified. Was he really going to be beaten to death by this fella? Humph. You can't even take a few punches and still dare to be presumptuous in front of me. You're simply courting death. Gu Fei threw White-Boned Demon Saint to the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at these fellas indifferently. These demonic cultivators didn't dare to make eye contact with Gu Fei. White-Boned Demon Saint recalled his skulls. What the hell is going on? Another two are missing? White-Boned Demon Saint almost vomited blood. His heart was already bleeding after two of his skulls were smashed by Gu Fei. Now, another two were missing. This was a huge loss. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud sound. The entire black ship shook violently. It was actually hit by some living creature in the sea. The entire black ship was sent flying. What? Everyone on the ship turned pale with fright. Roar. A sound that seemed to come from ancient times was heard. Then, everyone saw a huge figure diving into the sea. What's that? It seems to be the Overlord Whale. What? The Overlord Whale? Everyone was shocked. Humph. A demon saint suddenly soared into the sky. Then, he grabbed the void with his left hand. A demonic bow immediately appeared in his hand. The person who made the move was called Moon-Shooting Demon Saint. He knocked an arrow and shot it into the sea. Boom. A gigantic beast charged out of the sea and bit down on the Moon-Shooting Demon Sage who was in the sky. Compared to this huge beast, Moon-Shooting Demon Saint's figure was too small. If the blood plate sucked in, even tens of thousands of people would be swallowed by this huge beast. A saber radiance soared into the sky. A demon saint who used the saber to enter the Tao had made his move. An extremely sharp saber chi spread out, causing gusts of wind to blow in the surroundings. The other great demon saints also made their moves. If this gigantic beast were to crash into and sink the demonic ship, it would be fun. Gu Fei did not make a move. He wanted to watch the show first. Soon, the giant beast in the sea was shot through the head by the Moon-Shooting Demon Saint, and it died instantly. At this time, more and more demonic creatures in the sea were attracted by the blood. There were many powerful demonic creatures among them. This made He Xiong and the others very careful. They left quickly. After sailing for more than 10 hours, a huge island finally appeared in front of them. That's Underworld God Island? Someone said in shock. That's right. The demonic creatures on the island are extremely powerful. We must not be careless. He Xiong stared at the huge island in front of him with a solemn expression. We will only go to this ancient battlefield. We will not go anywhere else. If you want to go somewhere else, I won't stop you. He Xiong continued. If someone was courting death, he would not be able to stop them. Got it, Boss He. Hui Yaoming and the others were getting impatient. The closer they got to Underworld God Island, the more careful He Xiong became. No one knew what kind of powerful demonic creatures were lurking in the sea. Although Underworld God Island was in sight, they still sailed for half a day before they got close to the island. However, just as everyone was feeling extremely excited, a fireball suddenly flew out of Underworld God Island and smashed directly at their Black Devil ship. Humph. He Xiong activated the demonic ship's protective barrier. Boom. The fireball exploded in the sky, and a scorching wave of air spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. They looked in the direction where the fireball came from and saw a giant ape with fiery red fur standing on a cliff by the sea. It's a demon fire ape. Chapter 4784. They finally arrived at Underworld God Island. Along the way, they encountered many Nethersea demonic creatures, but most of them were killed by Gu Fei and the others. This did not mean that there were no powerful demonic creatures in the Nethersea. On the contrary, there were many powerful demonic creatures in the Nethersea. There were many extreme Tao-level demonic creatures and even eternal-level demonic creatures. Of course, demonic creatures of this level would not show themselves easily. Gu Fei and the others were attacked before their Black Devil demonic ship could even reach the shore. It was a demonic fire ape. A great sage-level demonic aura erupted from the demonic fire ape's body. That beast, the Moon-Shooting Demon Saint, took out his deity-slaying bow, stood on the deck, and slowly drew the bow in his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered towards him and the bow. A magic arrow materialized on the magic bow. Swoosh! The moon-shooting demon saint drew the bow to the fullest extent and released it. The demonic arrow turned into a demonic light that instantly pierced through the void and shot towards the demonic fire ape on the cliff. Roar! The demonic fire ape roared and retreated immediately. However, it was too late. The demonic light pierced through the demonic fire ape's body. Then, the entire demonic fire ape shattered in the void, its body and soul destroyed. Great archery! All the demon saints on the deck could not help but cheer when they saw this. The moon-shooting demon saint was very pleased with himself. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw a roar coming from the mountains on the coast. Then, red figures rushed out from the mountains one after another. That is, He Xiong immediately steered the Black Devil ship and fled. There were red figures all over the mountains. They were all demonic fire apes. Moreover, every demonic fire ape was a sage-level existence. There were countless demon saints. How is this possible? Hui Yaoming and the others were already stunned by the scene on Underworld God Island. Nothing is impossible on Underworld God Island, Yizichen said with a smile. He Xiong said with a solemn expression. On the mountain ridge by the shore, countless demonic fire apes were roaring at the demonic ship that Gu Fei and the others were on. Then, balls of fire rushed out from the shore and bombarded the demonic ship. He Xiong didn't dare to delay and immediately activated the demonic ship's protective barrier. A ball of demonic light enveloped the entire demonic ship. Fireballs fell from the sky and smashed into the demonic ship's light shield, causing the entire shield to shake violently. Under He Xiong's control, the demonic ship quickly left the coast. Soon, the demonic ship rushed out of the fireball's range and was temporarily safe. I say, Black Boss, this Nether God Island is so strange. Won't we die at any time if we go there? Hua Yaoming's heart palpitated as he spoke. He was frightened by the scene just now. That was countless demonic fire apes. If they swarmed over, even a quasi-extreme grade sovereign would have to flee. TCH, if you're a coward, then you can just hide on the ship. White-boned Devil Saint said coldly. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we want to obtain good things, we have to take the risk. The other Devil Saints were very excited. This Nether God Island definitely had incredible opportunities. If they could obtain these opportunities, they would be able to soar to the sky in one go. Devil Dao people were all brave and ruthless people. The heaven-defying cultivation resources on Nether God Island were their goal for this trip. The demonic ship left the place where the demonic fire apes were and chose to land on a shallow beach. This was one of the few relatively safe places to land on Nether God Island. Of course, on a place like Nether God Island, there was no place that was absolutely safe. The shallow beach was clear at a glance, and there were no demonic creatures. However, behind the beach was a forest. No one knew if there were any powerful demonic creatures hiding in the forest. Go ashore. After stopping the ship, He Xiong directly jumped onto the beach. The other Devil Saints also jumped onto the beach. When Gu Fei landed on the beach, he didn't see any animal footprints. This was somewhat abnormal. One must know that there were many demonic creatures in the Netherworld Sea. The demonic creatures in the sea would also come ashore. And the demonic creatures on the island would also go to the seaside to hunt the demonic creatures in the sea. This beach is strange. Gu Fei suddenly said. What? Everyone tensed up when they heard this. They knew of Gu Fei's capabilities because Hui Yaoming and White-boned Devil Saint had been taught a terrible lesson by Gu Fei previously. Even He Xiong frowned. Boom. At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly broke through the ground and rushed out from the crowd. It swallowed a Devil Saint in one gulp and then burrowed into the beach. The group of Devil Dao experts was scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. It's a devil sand dragon, He Xiong exclaimed. That black shadow was like a huge dragon that directly burrowed into the beach and disappeared. There was not even a trace of the place where the devil sand dragon had burrowed into. When they set off, there were 11 Devil Saints. One of them, Scarlet Star Devil Saint, died at the pier. Now, they had just arrived at Netherworld God Island, and yet another Devil Saint was swallowed by a devil sand dragon. This devil sand dragon was like a huge earthworm with black scales all over its body. It had a huge bloody mouth filled with sharp inverted teeth. "Get off the beach!" He Xiong roared at everyone. Even without his roar, everyone rushed towards the forest outside the beach with all their might. Gu Fei carefully sensed the vibrations of the sand beneath his feet. With his quasi-eternal spiritual force, he could sense the subtle vibrations coming from the inside of the beach. "It's coming again. Be careful," Gu Fei shouted. "What?" The group of devil saints turned pale with fright. With a scream, another devil saint was swallowed by a devil sand dragon that rushed out of the beach. The others had successfully escaped into the forest. This was no longer the beach area. The devil sand dragon could only travel on the beach. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone thought that the danger was over, a sharp thorn fell from the sky and nailed a devil saint to the ground. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Gu Fei looked up and saw a huge devil spider coiled on a big tree. It used its spear-like front leg to stab a devil saint to death. Preposterous! He Xiong was furious. These were the people he had recruited. Yet, 3 of them died at once. They were still very far from the ancient battlefield ruins. If they continued to die like this, they would probably be annihilated before they could reach the battlefield ruins. Swoosh! He Xiong attacked. A dazzling saber gleam shot out from his hand and split the devil spider on top of the tree in half. The devil spider's blood splattered down. Everything that came into contact with the devil spider's blood emitted black smoke. "What the F***CK? There's poison?" Everyone was shocked. At this moment, there were only 7 of them left. Chapter 4785. Underworld God Island was definitely not an immortal treasure land. There were powerful demonic creatures everywhere, and danger lurked everywhere. Here, there were ancient battlefield ruins, heaven-defying divine medicines, cave residences of ancient almighties, and treasures that even eternal ones coveted. Although Underworld God Island was full of dangers, there were also great opportunities. However, Underworld God Island's great opportunities and fortunes could not be obtained by just anyone. Moreover, this was a place that even eternal ones were unwilling to set foot on. This was because Underworld God Island was shrouded in a power that surpassed the eternal realm. Even eternal ones, as long as they set foot on this island, their eternal realm cultivation base would be directly suppressed to the sacred realm. Moreover, those eternal ones whose cultivation base was suppressed to the sacred realm would be in danger of dying on the island if they were not careful. This was also the reason why no one was willing to set foot on Underworld God Island. Generally, those who ventured to the island were sacred realm experts, and very few extreme Daos would appear. Not to mention half-step eternal and eternal existences. Because of the existence of the power that surpassed the eternal realm, the creatures on Underworld God Island could only cultivate to the sacred realm and could not advance any further. This was also the reason why, among the large group of demonic fire apes that Gu Fei and the others encountered before, there was not a single demonic fire ape king that surpassed the sacred realm. This island is too dangerous. At this time, Gu Fei and the others looked at the huge demonic spider that He Xiong had split in half with his saber, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. They had just set foot on the island, and 3 demon sages had already died. Wanting to obtain fortunes without taking risks, how can there be such a good thing in this world? White-boned demon saint sneered. That's right. If anyone is afraid, just stay here and wait for us. Of course, if anyone wants to go back, then go on your own. We won't send you off. He Xiong glanced at everyone, his expression extremely solemn. This, Hui Yaoming and the others hesitated. They wanted to leave, but without He Xiong leading the way, who could leave? Moreover, the sea was not necessarily safer than the island. Let's do it. Boss He, lead the way. Hui Yaoming gritted his teeth. He Xiong took out a map from his body, and everyone gathered around him. Gu Fei also went up to take a look. It was a simple map with the names of the places marked on it. Their current location was more than 300 kilometers away from the ancient battlefield ruins, and they had to pass through a mountain range. Black Fire Ridge? What the hell is this? Everyone was bewildered. Let's go. He Xiong put away the map, and everyone set off. This time around, everyone carefully followed He Xiong. Since He Xiong was leading the charge, he was even more nervous. If he was not careful, even a veteran like He Xiong would die on Underworld God Island. This guy was wearing a protective demonic armor and held a demonic saber in his hand. His eyes were alert, and his ears were alert. This was not an exaggeration at all. Since He Xiong had dared to enter Underworld God Island and had escaped unscathed more than once, it was definitely not because of luck. Gu Fei leisurely walked at the back. He was not as nervous as the others because although his cultivation was suppressed here, he had a genuine eternal martial body. A saint-level creature wanted to injure the eternal martial body? What a joke. There was no path on Underworld God Island at all. Of course, this was not a problem for He Xiong. He swung his saber, and the saber radiance soared for thousands of meters. Wherever the saber radiance passed, everything was cut into pieces by the saber chi. He Xiong opened up a path directly toward Black Fire Ridge. Roar! After walking for more than 10 kilometers, a roar was heard from the depths of the mountain range. Then, a huge demonic shadow rushed out of the mountain range and pounced on He Xiong. Everyone was shocked. The demonic shadow that rushed out of the mountain range was a demonic dragon that was as large as a hill. This demonic dragon had 2 wings, and when it came close, it spat out a mouthful of demonic fire at He Xiong and the others. The flames soared into the sky, and anything that came into contact with the demonic fire was instantly burned to ashes. Seal. He Xiong performed a demonic art, and the demonic fire that rushed toward them directly hit a transparent wall and exploded in the air. All the demonic fire was blocked. Kill. At the same time, the moon-shooting demon saint roared and shot an arrow at the demonic dragon. The arrow was shot out like lightning, and it was extremely fast. The demonic dragon screamed in pain as its body was pierced by the moon-shooting demon saint's arrow. It immediately turned to flee in fear. Fleeing? At that moment, a cold laugh was heard, and a dozen skulls flew up and trapped the demonic dragon. The white-boned demon saint made his move. The dozen or so wheel-sized skulls swarmed up, and the dragon that had charged out of the mountain ridge in a menacing manner was only able to let out half a scream before it was devoured by the dozen or so skulls, turning it into a dried corpse, and it breathed its last. Gu Fei discovered that after the skulls devoured the essence of the demonic dragon, their ferocity increased greatly, and each skull was spitting demonic fire. After killing the demonic dragon, they continued on their journey. The closer they got to the Black Fire Ridge, the stronger the demonic creatures they encountered. When they entered the Black Fire Ridge, a demonic bear rushed out. It was a great sage-level demonic bear. When the demonic bear stomped on the ground, the earth trembled, and sharp stone pillars rushed out of the ground and stabbed at Gu Fei and the others. Everyone rushed into the sky at the first moment. Whoosh! The demonic bear slapped at them with its paw, and a gust of wind blew, and the surrounding sand and stones were sent flying. Swoosh! The moon-shooting demon saint shot an arrow at the demonic bear. However, this time, when the demonic arrow hit the demonic bear's body, it was shattered into pieces and the demonic bear was completely fine. Earth demonic bear? When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but frown. The Underworld God Island had a great force that suppressed everything. Here, he could only use the power of a sage. However, he had an invincible eternal martial body. No matter how powerful the demonic bear was, it could not threaten him. He came here for the fusion of Path's fruit. With the fusion of Path's fruit, he could instantly restore his eternal realm cultivation. However, he had to look for the fusion of Path's fruit carefully. At this time, the 6 great demon saints were sent flying by the demonic bear. Boom! Gu Fei casually punched out and blocked the demonic earthen bear's palm strike. Violent power spread out in all directions, uprooting trees and sending them flying into the sky. This guy, He Xiong and the others thought they had overestimated this guy called Gu Hong, but now, they realized to their dismay that they had underestimated this guy. The combat strength that Gu Fei displayed stunned He Xiong and the other great demon saints. Chapter 4786. Underworld God Island was shrouded by an inexplicable power. Even if an eternal expert stepped onto the island, his cultivation would be suppressed to the Great Sage Realm. Even an old antique like Wu Tianheng would not dare to set foot on Underworld God Island. Although Gu Fei had a powerful eternal martial body, his cultivation was suppressed to the Sage Realm by this power. This was a power that surpassed the eternal realm. Boom! Bang! Gu Fei was incomparably fierce. He directly collided with the demonic earth bear. Everywhere he passed, the rocks and trees were all shattered. The mountain ridge was in chaos. This Gu Hong, he has hidden his strength well. This guy's cultivation is at least at the peak of the Sage Realm. He Xiong and the others who had directly dodged were shocked when they saw this scene. At this time, they realized that they had seriously underestimated this guy. At this time, Gu Fei operated a mysterious technique. His powerful Yuan Qi was actually transformed into demonic Qi. The demonic Qi was monstrous, like a peerless demon descending to the world. Gu Fei's primordial chaos Qi was originally the ancestor Qi of heaven and earth. It could be transformed into any Qi between heaven and earth. Demonic Qi was also a kind of Qi between heaven and earth. Bang! Gu Fei blasted out a dozen punches in a row. This punch landed on the body of the demonic earth bear. The demonic earth bear was blasted a dozen miles away and directly hit a short mountain. Roar! The demonic earth bear roared. Endless earth element demonic Qi surged out from the ground and then madly gathered towards the demonic earth bear. Boom! A tyrannical demonic Qi erupted from the short mountain. The entire short mountain was directly shattered. Countless mountain rocks and soil flew in all directions. The outer area of Black Fire Ridge was suddenly in chaos. Countless demonic creatures scrambled to avoid the flying rocks. Roar! The demonic earth bear shattered the short mountain and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Its ferocious power was monstrous. Kill! Gu Fei also roared and then rushed towards the demonic earth bear. The two figures instantly collided. The demonic earth bear was once again sent flying by Gu Fei. There was no suspense because Gu Fei possessed the supreme eternal martial body. This time, Gu Fei took a step in the void and caught up with the demonic earth bear that was sent flying. Then, he kicked the demonic earth bear to the ground. Rumble! The ground collapsed, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. He Xiong and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. There was nothing they could do about it. Gu Fei's battle prowess was just too strong. He had created a huge crater in the ground with every step he took. In Eternal World, the mountains, rocks, and soil were incomparably tough. The average cultivator would have a hard time destroying them. This was related to the heavenly Tao of Eternal World. The stronger the heavenly Tao, the more stable the world would be, and the harder it would be to destroy the world. Gu Fei and the demonic earth bear charged into the ground. The ground undulated like waves, as if there was a huge dragon moving underground. Suddenly, everything calmed down. What happened? The demon saints were all shocked. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. He was holding a huge head in his hand. It was the head of the demonic earth bear. You killed the demonic earth bear? The demon saints looked at Gu Fei as if they were looking at a monster. Hui Yaoming, if you were not blind, you would not have said something so stupid. The moon-shooting demon saint sneered. Haha. The other demon saints laughed when they heard this. Hui Yaoming felt that he had lost face, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to be the weakest among the demon sages? The weak had no right to speak. Bang! Gu Fei threw the head of the demonic earth bear in front of He Xiong and the others. He Xiong and the others were shocked. You? Who are you? He Xiong stared at Gu Fei and asked, Does it matter who I am? Gu Fei smiled. The demon saints were speechless. All right, I only have one goal in coming here, and that is the Tao fusion fruit. If you can tell me where to find it, I will help you get what you want. Gu Fei smiled. Tao fusion fruit? He Xiong's expression turned odd when he heard this. The legendary Tao fusion fruit? How do we know where it is? The white-boned demon saint exclaimed. Could it be that someone is injured and wants to use the Tao fusion fruit to heal? He Xiong said. In the eternal world, The Tao fusion fruit was generally used to heal injuries of the great Tao or to comprehend the heavenly Tao and break through the shackles of cultivation. The Tao fusion fruit was precious because peak extreme Tao experts could also use it to improve their cultivation and break through to the eternal realm. It was a peerless divine medicine that even extreme Tao experts would covet. Looks like you know where the Tao fusion fruit is. Gu Fei looked at He Xiong and said, Yes, I know. He Xiong admitted. Can you tell me? Gu Fei said, looking at He Xiong with a smile. Didn't you say that as long as someone can tell you where the Tao fusion fruit is, you will help them obtain what they want? He Xiong looked at Gu Fei with a grim expression. Ha ha ha. Got it. What do you want? Gu Fei laughed. I will tell you when we reach the ancient battlefield ruins. He Xiong suddenly became excited. Then let's go. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei said. All right. He Xiong turned and continued leading the way. They had all seen the map and knew that the ancient battlefield ruins would be after crossing Blackfire Ridge. However, it was not easy to cross the Blackfire Ridge. Just one demonic earthen bear had left them in a terrible state. If it weren't for Gu Fei, that demonic earthen bear alone could have killed off He Xiong and the others. That demonic earthen bear cultivated earth-type demonic energy. As long as there was earth chi, it would be difficult to kill the demonic earthen bear. He Xiong carefully avoided some of the powerful demonic creatures in Blackfire Ridge. Even Gu Fei admired He Xiong's rich experience. However, as soon as they reached the highest ridge of Blackfire Ridge, black shadows appeared silently around them and surrounded them. What? Everyone's shock was no small matter. It's the shadow fiends. We're doomed, He Xiong suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, those black shadows pounced at them silently. Don't let those shadows touch you, He Xiong reminded loudly. What? As soon as a great demon saint was touched by a black shadow, the great demon saint turned into dust and scattered on the ground. He died silently just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared out of their wits. Gu Fei was the only one who remained calm. Everyone hurried to avoid those silent demonic shadows, except for Gu Fei, who threw a punch at the black shadow that pounced at him. The powerful fist force directly shattered the demonic shadow. Chapter 4787. When Gu Fei and the rest were crossing the Black Fire Ridge, they encountered a group of strange demonic shadows that pounced on them silently. A great demon saint accidentally touched a demon shadow, and his whole body instantly turned into a kind of black dust that scattered on the ground. Even the things on his body turned into black dust. Seeing that, He Xiong and the rest turned pale with fright and immediately fled. Only Gu Fei attacked those black shadows. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, a demonic shadow was smashed by his fist, but the strange demonic shadow that was smashed by him condensed again in an instant. This is interesting. Gu Fei dodged the demonic shadow that was pouncing on him. Then, he used his hand as a sword and swung it. A dazzling sword radiance appeared and cut the demonic shadow into two. However, the demonic shadow that was cut into two recovered in an instant. What should we do? He Xiong and the others were all avoiding these strange demonic shadows. None of them dared to touch these strange demonic shadows because they had learned their lesson from the previous incident. Who would dare to touch these demonic shadows? They are all shadows? Gu Fei soon discovered that these strange demonic phantoms were actually existences like shadows. They could be seen, but they were intangible. However, when they touched a living being, the living being would instantly turn into black ash. Shadow Devil, I have to find its real body. Gu Fei released his divine telekinesis while dodging those strange demonic shadows. He could only use the divine telekinesis of a sage. His divine telekinesis instantly enveloped an area with a radius of more than 10 miles around him. However, he could not sense the existence of any powerful demonic creatures near the Black Fire Ridge, which surprised him. This Shadow Devil seemed to be quite capable. You guys go first, Gu Fei said to He Xiong and the rest. Okay. He Xiong and the rest hurriedly responded and retreated far away. Gu Fei, on the other hand, displayed his invincible might and blocked the other demonic shadows. Seeing that, the rest of them ran for more than 10 miles as if they were running for their lives. Gu Fei brought up the rear. Although these strange demonic shadows are hard to destroy, I don't necessarily have to fight to the death with these strange demonic shadows. Gu Fei caught up with He Xiong and the others. He looked back and saw that the strange demonic shadows behind them had disappeared. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Let's go. At that moment, the surrounding area suddenly shook. A powerful demonic power erupted. It was as if a terrifying demon had awakened in the mountains. The mountains behind them were shrouded in devil chi. Within the demonic aura, there seemed to be countless demonic shadows looming. What the hell is this? Gu Fei was bewildered. Everyone ran madly and soon left the range of the mountain ridge. At this moment, they saw an endless wasteland suddenly appear in front of them. The tall trees suddenly disappeared, and all that could be seen were withered grass and rocks. Among the withered grass and rocks, countless bones were scattered. This is the ancient battlefield ruin? Be careful. He Xiong was also nervous and excited. Since we're here, tell me, what do you want? Gu Fei said to He Xiong, Demon Origin Fruit. I want the Demon Origin Fruit. He Xiong said, Demon Origin Fruit? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. This was a kind of demonic fruit that could enhance the cultivation of demonic cultivators. It was rare in the world. They didn't expect to see it in the ancient battlefield. Okay, lead the way. Gu Fei nodded. He Xiong didn't waste any more time and directly walked into the ancient battlefield ruin. On Underworld God Island, something earth-shattering had happened. This ancient battlefield was huge, and there were bones everywhere. The demonic aura here was very strange. In some places, the demonic aura was so strong that even a sage-level great demon saint would be afraid and not dare to approach. In some places, the demonic aura was so weak that it was almost undetectable. In this place, immortal demonic power gathered. The demonic patterns of the Great Path that had not dissipated for thousands of years still had terrifying power. Once these demonic patterns were touched, even a great demon saint would die. Obviously, this wasn't He Xiong's first time in this ancient battlefield ruin. He avoided the places with strong demonic aura along the way, but even so, they still encountered danger. It was a white skeleton that blocked their way. This was an undying demonic creature. In the skull, there was a ball of demonic fire burning, bursting with the power of a peak sage-level expert. No one dared to be careless in the face of such an undying demonic soul. Hee, don't fight with me. This demonic bone is mine. White Bone Demon Saint walked up. This undying demonic soul's bone looked extraordinary at first glance. On the bone, there were pitch-black demonic patterns, and each demonic pattern was glowing. Obviously, this demonic bone had surpassed the sage level. It was at least a half-step extreme Dao demonic bone. This demonic bone itself was a half-step extreme Dao demonic artifact. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Since someone was making a move, he was happy to watch the show from the side. The battle broke out. White Bone Demon Saint activated the skull necklace, and a dozen skulls soared into the sky, pouncing on the undying demonic soul. Powerful demonic power erupted. Buzz. At the same time, the undying demonic soul also made a move. A powerful spiritual will burst out from the undying demonic soul's skull. The dozen skulls that were pouncing on the undying demonic soul were directly blown away by this sudden burst of spiritual will. Such a powerful spiritual will. Gu Fei was a little surprised. At this moment, the undying demonic soul pounced on White Bone Demon Saint, and a pair of bone claws tore at White Bone Demon Saint. White Bone Demon Saint was shocked. He was dizzy from the opponent's spiritual will, and he could only retreat quickly. Although he retreated quickly, the clothes on his chest were still scratched by the undying demonic soul's bone claws, and there were 3 cuts on his clothes, but he wasn't injured. These two fellas were evenly matched. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that it wouldn't be easy for these two fellas to decide the winner. Sure enough, White Bone Demon Saint and the undying demonic soul started fighting, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Demonic chi surged, and the surrounding sand and pebbles flew. Quickly get rid of this undying demonic soul. He Xiong shouted at White Bone Demon Saint. He Xiong, why don't we attack together? Hui Yaoming said. It won't be good if we alarm the other demonic souls, moon-shooting demon Saint said as he looked around. Then let's attack together. Why are you still talking nonsense? Gu Fei said impatiently. The other demon sages looked at each other and pounced on the undying demonic soul. Only He Xiong didn't make a move. The four great demon sages attacked the undying demonic soul, and soon, the demonic fire in the undying demonic soul's skull was dispersed, and it was killed. However, just as they killed the undying demonic soul, Gu Fei was shocked to find that they were surrounded by countless undying demonic souls. Chapter 4788. The ancient battlefield relic was much more dangerous than they had imagined. This was definitely not He Xiong's first time entering the ancient battlefield relic. However, this was his first time encountering something like this. Countless undead demon spirits silently appeared around them. At first glance, they were all skeletons. Each of their skulls had a demonic soul flame burning inside them, and two beams of demonic light shot out from their eye sockets. This was simply an army of undying demon spirits. Seeing this, even He Xiong felt his hair stand on end. Hua Yaoming's legs were trembling and his face was pale. The others were terrified as well. They had only managed to kill one undying demon soul by working together, but now, countless undying demon souls suddenly appeared. What could they do now? There was nothing to play with. Damn it! Why is my luck so bad? He Xiong said viciously. He Xiong, you've really screwed us over this time. The demoness known as Fengji said coldly. Do you think I want to encounter these damn things? He Xiong said angrily. Nether God Island was a famous forbidden area in the entire Nether continent and even in the entire Eternal World. Not many people were willing to set foot on this island. 9 out of 10 people who set foot on this island would not be able to leave. Annihilation of a whole team was a common occurrence on Nether God Island. Although this place was dangerous, it also had an abundance of cultivation resources. There were all sorts of cultivation resources. Moreover, they were all very rare. For example, the demonic origin fruit that He Xiong wanted was a divine medicine that could improve a cultivator's cultivation base. As for the fusion path fruit that Gu Fei wanted, it was even more precious. The fusion path fruit was on Nether God Island. This was no secret in the Nether continent. This heaven-defying divine medicine was on Nether God Island. However, obtaining this heaven-defying divine fruit was not an easy task. Many people had ventured into Nether God Island to obtain this divine fruit to improve their cultivation base. However, no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. What should we do? Everyone panicked. Only Gu Fei remained calm. I say, Taoist Gu, if you have any ideas, just say it. He Xiong couldn't help but ask when he saw how calm Gu Fei was. This immortal demon spirit should be something born from death, so it's afraid of pure yang objects. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Pure yang? Where are we going to find a pure yang item at this time? Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't look at me. I cultivate the extreme yin demon fire, not the pure yang demon fire. Hua Yaoyang panicked when he saw everyone looking at him. An object of pure yang, Fengji frowned. Roar. At this time, a roar came from the depths of the ancient battlefield. In the next moment, countless undying demon souls seemed to have heard a command and directly pounced towards Gu Fei's group. What was shocking was that these undead demon souls were all saint-rank undead demon souls. This was a terrifying army of saint-rank undead demon souls. Because on Nether God Island, there was a powerful existence that surpassed the eternal realm. This power suppressed the countless living beings on the island, and all living beings could only cultivate to the saint rank. Over the years, countless saint-rank undead demon souls had appeared in this ancient battlefield. My life is over. Hua Yaoyang felt despair when he saw this scene. The others were also in despair, because there were just too many of these undying devil spirits. Even ants could kill a giant elephant. Countless undying devil spirits swarmed over. Who could stop them? Boom. At this time, a ball of demon fire rushed out from Fengji's body. In the next moment, a powerful demonic energy burst out from the ball of demon fire. Everyone was shocked. Countless undead demon souls that were pouncing towards them fell to the ground. The soul demon fire in their skulls had all been extinguished. The undead demon souls that did not fall retreated like a tide, like mice that saw a cat. All of them were terrified. The ball of demon fire in the sky floated above everyone's head. A powerful pure yang aura spread out. With Gu Fei and the others as the center, the area within a radius of several thousand zhang became a forbidden zone for undead demon souls. Demon Phoenix's inner core? Gu Fei was surprised. He did not think that Fengji would possess such a treasure on her. The Demon Phoenix, even in Eternal World, it was an incomparably powerful existence. This Demon Phoenix's inner core definitely surpassed the extreme Dao rank. However, on Nether God Island, this Demon Phoenix's inner core could only erupt with the power of a saint rank. However, the pure yang demonic energy that erupted from the Demon Phoenix's inner core was enough to pose a fatal threat to the undead demon souls within a radius of several thousand zhang. Hui Yaoming and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the countless skeletons lying on the ground. Roar! A furious roar came from the depths of the ancient battlefield. Let's go! He Xiong did not expect Fengji to have such a card up her sleeve. He quickly led the way in the direction of the demon origin fruit. As long as he could obtain the demon origin fruit, it would all be worth it. Wherever they went, the surrounding undead demon spirits all retreated. Soon, they broke through the encirclement of the undead demon souls and arrived at the foot of a short mountain. This short mountain was barren and filled with rubble. Among the rubble, there were many skeletons. Most of these skeletons belonged to humans, but there were also a few skeletons belonging to unusual beasts. Boom! In the next moment, the short mountain suddenly exploded. A demonic figure rushed out from the mountain and directly grabbed the Demon Phoenix's inner core floating in the air. Kill! Fengji roared furiously. She soared into the sky and threw a punch at the demonic shadow. The demonic figure also punched. Bam! A muffled sound rang out. Fengji and the demonic figure's fist collided. Fengji was directly sent flying hundreds of zhang away. When she landed on the ground, her fists were trembling. So strong, Fengji was shocked. The demonic figure was only sent flying for hundreds of zhang before it stopped and pounced at the Demon Phoenix's inner core again. At this time, everyone could clearly see this demonic figure. This demonic figure was actually a black-robed middle-aged man with a face as pale as a sheet of paper, without a trace of blood. The middle-aged man's body erupted with the aura of pure yang demon qi. No wonder this guy directly targeted the Demon Phoenix's inner core. The Demon Phoenix's inner core was originally a treasure coveted by demon cultivators who cultivated pure yang demon arts. Another undead demon soul? Gu Fei frowned. This undead demon soul was not in the state of a skeleton. Its flesh and blood were immortal, just like a living person. This undead demon soul must have been an unimaginably powerful existence when it was alive. Chapter 4789. No one knew how many undying demon spirits were hiding in the ancient battlefield ruins on Underworld God Island. However, Gu Fei's group was very unlucky today because they encountered too many undying demon spirits. If it wasn't for Fengji bringing a Demon Phoenix's inner core, they would have all lost their lives here. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of these demon spirits. He cultivated primordial chaos energy, the ancestral energy of heaven and earth. It could transform any worldly essence energy. These undying demon spirits were evil creatures that were innately afraid of pure yang energy. As long as they were hit by pure yang energy, these undying demon spirits would immediately die. Fengji's Demon Phoenix's inner core was a pure yang object. A demon phoenix was a divine phoenix that had fallen into the devil Dao. However, even after falling into the devil Dao, its fire elemental energy had turned into devil fire. However, the nature of the devil fire didn't change, it was still a pure yang devil fire. The Demon Phoenix's inner core emitted the power of the demon yang. Ordinary, undying demon spirits wouldn't dare to get close to it. However, this undying demon spirit with flesh and blood they encountered wasn't afraid of it at all. It even wanted to steal it. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. However, Gu Fei quickly understood why this undying demon spirit wanted to snatch the demon phoenix's inner core. This undying demon spirit actually cultivated pure young devil energy. To other undying demon spirits, this demon phoenix's inner core was fatal. But to this undying demon spirit, it was a supreme treasure of the devil Tao that could increase its cultivation. At this time, Feng Ji and the undying demon spirit were fighting endlessly. The two figures moved quickly in the void, causing muffled collisions to resound. The undying demon spirit's movements were a bit stiff at first, but as the battle continued, it became smoother and smoother. Demon Phoenix spreads its wings. Feng Ji roared. In the next moment, two pitch-black wings appeared on her back. She gave a thumbs up and flapped her wings. Countless black lights rushed out from her wings, covering the sky as they pierced towards the undying demon spirit. The undying demon spirit didn't make a sound. He hugged the air in front of him, and a yin-yang demon diagram immediately appeared. Then, a heaven-devouring force erupted from the diagram. Countless rays of black light piercing towards the undying demon spirit were all sucked into the yin-yang demon diagram and disappeared without a trace. This, Feng Ji was shocked. In the next moment, the pair of wings on her back turned into two immortal blade lights that slashed towards the undying demon spirit. The two saber lights slashed directly on the undying demon spirit's body, producing a clanging sound, as if they were slashing on a piece of divine iron. The demon sages were shocked when they saw this. What a powerful demonic body. Even Gu Fei was a little moved. Could this be the legendary indestructible Vajra demonic body? He Xiong exclaimed. Invincible and unbreakable? This is an extreme Tao-level demonic body. The other demon sages were also shocked. The undying demon spirit was sent flying more than 10 li away. Boom! It instantly smashed into a bone mountain. Rumble. The area around the bone mountain began to shake. Under the astonished gazes of He Xiong and the others, a huge skeletal hand reached out from the ground and grabbed the undead demon soul that Feng Ji had sent flying. Seeing this, Feng Ji immediately withdrew the demon phoenix's inner core. Run! Gu Fei shouted at He Xiong, who was still in a daze. He Xiong woke up with a start and hurriedly led the others away. They only looked back in the direction of the bone mountain after fleeing for dozens of li. They saw that the area was shaking, and a terrifying aura of death enveloped the area. Two undying demon spirits were fighting. No one could have imagined that a big guy was hiding under the bone mountain. Fortunately, the two undying demon spirits were fighting, otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Fear lingered in their hearts. He Xiong continued to lead the way. For hours later, they were already deep into the ancient battlefield, and the undying demon spirits they encountered were getting stronger. They even encountered a group of extreme Tao-level undying demon spirits. After a fierce battle, another demon sage was killed. At this time, only Gu Fei, He Xiong, White-Bone Demon Sage, Feng Ji, and Shooting Moon Demon Sage were left. Even Hui Yaoming was dead. When Hui Yaoming died, he probably regretted stepping onto Underworld God Island. One should know that he was fine when the mysterious dragon lady swept the Fire Continent, and he escaped. Who would have thought that he would die on Underworld God Island? As they walked, He Xiong suddenly stopped. Everyone realized that there was actually an abyss in front of them, blocking their path. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't see the other side of the abyss, because the sky above the abyss was filled with demonic qi, blocking their vision. Underworld God Demon Abyss. He Xiong's expression was complicated. This is the Underworld God Demon Abyss? White-Bone Demon Sage's expression changed. Boss He, what do we do now? Shooting Moon Demon Sage looked at He Xiong and asked. The demon origin fruit is at the bottom of the abyss. He Xiong said solemnly. Then what are we waiting for? Feng Ji was getting impatient. It's not that simple. He Xiong sighed. At this time, you're still hiding it? That's too much. Gu Fei said indifferently. Everyone looked at He Xiong with displeasure. Sigh. He Xiong sighed and told them about his experience. As it turned out, this fellow had actually been here once before. However, they had gone through many hardships to reach this place. Yet, When they were exploring the underworld god and demon's abyss, they were almost completely annihilated. Previously, He Xiong had followed his sworn brother here. His sworn brother was an incredible person who had explored many dangerous places in Nether Continent, and he had gained quite a lot. However, such an experienced explorer had fallen here, unable to come out from the underworld god-demon abyss. They had not even reached the bottom of the underworld god-demon abyss when they met with an unknown danger. That team had a total of 19 explorers, but only He Xiong had escaped. Why was he the only one who escaped? The reason was actually very simple. It was because he was the one walking at the very back. It was because he was the one walking at the very back that he had a chance of survival and successfully escaped. Otherwise, even He Xiong would have lost his life in the underworld god-demon abyss. Damn it, Boss He, you're too much. Aren't you sending us to our deaths? White-boned demon sage pointed at He Xiong and scolded, his saliva spraying all over He Xiong's face. Everyone else's expression turned ugly. Chapter 4790. The underworld demonic abyss was no stranger to the demonic cultivators of Nether Continent. This was because the legends of the underworld demonic abyss had always been passed down in Nether Continent. It was said that the underworld demonic abyss was the burial ground of pureblood demons, and pureblood demons were the oldest demons in Nether Continent, or even the entire eternal world. The current demons were mostly not pureblood demons, and pureblood demons had long gone extinct. There were great dangers in the underworld demonic abyss, but there were also great opportunities. The legendary demon origin fruit was in the underworld demonic abyss, which was why He Xiong took the risk to come here again. As long as he could get the demon origin fruit, he could break through his current cultivation realm and become an extreme demon lord. In Nether Continent, to become a true overlord, He Xiong's cultivation had to break through to the extreme Dao realm, as eternal beings rarely appeared. Eternal beings would rule the extreme Dao. Wanting to get the demon origin fruit without taking the risk, there is no such thing in this world. He Xiong scanned the crowd and said, "That's right." Fengji nodded. "Those who don't want to take the risk, go back the way you came." He Xiong said. This, White-boned Devil Saint and the rest looked at each other, but no one left. Since they were already here, who would be willing to leave? "Hey Xiong, do you have any way to go down?" Fengji asked. No one wanted to die, and the underworld demonic abyss was definitely filled with unimaginable dangers. He Xiong was someone who had been here before, and perhaps he was prepared. Everyone looked at He Xiong. He Xiong waved his hand, and a group of black things appeared in the air. Gu Fei focused and saw that the black mass was actually a swarm of devil bees, each the size of an adult's thumb. While flying, these devil bees didn't make any sound. "You want to use this swarm to explore?" Gu Fei smiled. "That's right." He Xiong looked at Gu Fei and said, although it was a stupid idea, he felt that it was the best one. "Then let's begin." White Bone could not wait any longer. He Xiong had indeed come prepared. He Xiong was a little excited as well. He released a swarm of devil bees, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Under his control, they were like an army as they flew in an orderly manner to the side of the devil abyss. "Go!" He Xiong roared, and the dozen devil bees flew into the abyss. He Xiong hurriedly followed. Gu Fei could sense the fluctuation of He Xiong's divine sense on these devil bees, which meant that these devil bees were actually He Xiong's clones. This fellow was really awesome. He actually refined tens of thousands of devil bees into his doppelgangers. He wanted to use this method to explore the underworld god and devil abyss. Gu Fei and the others followed behind He Xiong. Above He Xiong's head was a large group of devil wasps. These demon bees were not just for show. They were the famous black demon bees of the Nether Continent. If stung, even a demon sage would be poisoned. With tens of thousands of black demonic bees, even a half-step extreme Dao existence would have to flee. The abyss was shrouded by a strange power, and even a saint demon could not fly. They could only climb down the cliff. Of course, those black malevolent wasps were flying creatures, so they were not affected by the mysterious power of the underworld divine abyss. He Xiong was prepared. He tied one end of the black rope to a boulder on the cliff, and threw the other end into the abyss, into the depths of the abyss. The black rope was long, and they climbed down. Soon, they were more than 10 miles down. He Xiong, who was in front, suddenly stopped. A soft rustling sound came from the bottom of the cliff. What's that? Everyone was shocked. It's He Xiong, who was at the bottom, exclaimed. It's AF King centipede. At this time, everyone could see what was crawling up from the abyss. It was a dense crowd of black centipedes as thick as an arm, crawling towards them from the cliff. The speed of the centipedes was not slow. They were not ordinary centipedes. They had been nourished by the demonic aura of the abyss and had become extremely powerful. Even a saint demon would die if bitten. Fortunately, I'm prepared, He Xiong said as he opened a bag tied to his waist. It was a spirit beast bag, which was specially used to store spirit beasts. Of course, this spirit beast bag did not contain any spirit beasts. Caw, caw, caw. A rooster crowed loudly, and a rooster shrouded in demonic flames flew out of the spirit beast bag. It was a demon fire rooster. As soon as the demon fire rooster appeared, it pounced on the demon centipedes on the wall. With a peck, it ate a demon centipede. The demonic centipedes immediately retreated down the cliff like a receding tide. The centipedes were intelligent. Knowing that they were no match for the demonic fire rooster, they retreated immediately. However, the demonic fire rooster was incomparably ferocious. It directly chased after the centipedes. The demonic fire rooster swiped its claws and several more centipedes were trampled under its claws. Then, the demonic fire rooster devoured them swiftly. Everyone was stunned to see the demonic fire rooster fighting the centipedes. He Xiong was really amazing. Where did he find a demonic fire rooster? It was not easy to tame a demonic fire rooster. The demonic fire rooster was a phoenix species and had the bloodline of the demonic phoenix. Although the bloodline of the demonic phoenix was very thin, it was enough to make the demonic fire rooster a famous demonic bird. The underworld god and devil abyss was extremely strange and dangerous. If it wasn't for the demonic origin fruit, who would be willing to come to such a place? After the centipedes retreated, He Xiong quickly waved his hand, and the demonic fire rooster flew back to him, and he kept it in his spirit beast bag. The group continued to climb down, and they did not encounter any more centipedes. However, the underworld god and devil abyss seemed to have no end. They had already climbed for hundreds of miles, but it was still pitch black, and they could not see the bottom. Swish! At this time, there seemed to be a black shadow flashing through the hazy devil chi. Something is flying in the devil chi. The moon-shooting demon saint exclaimed. He was an archery demon saint, and those who cultivated the archery Tao had better eyesight than ordinary demon saints. Because of his strong eyesight, he could see clearly and shoot accurately. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The underworld god and devil abyss was filled with devil chi. Even Gu Fei could not see clearly what the black shadow that flashed through the devil chi was. However, soon, another black shadow flashed and disappeared in the devil chi outside the cliff. What was that? I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. Everyone was bewildered. Chapter 4791. In the depths of the ancient battlefield remnant on Underworld God Island, a demonic abyss lay across the land. Not only did it split the entire ancient battlefield remnant into two, but it also separated most of Underworld God Island. This was the underworld divinity and demon abyss, an incomparably dangerous place. This was the legendary burial ground of pure-blooded true devils. Even eternal existences would die if they entered. Since ancient times, it was unknown just how many powerful devil cultivators the Tao Devil Abyss had devoured. The Nether Continent was the birthplace of the demons of Eternal World. The Underworld God Island was the legendary ancestral land of the ancient Devil Court, the lair of the pureblood true devils. However, the pureblood true devils on this island had gone extinct, leaving behind only countless legends about this island. There were peerless demonic treasures here, attracting countless demonic path powerhouses to explore. There were also righteous path people who came here to search for treasures because not only were there demonic path treasures, but there were also immortal path treasures, god path treasures, and even demon path treasures. Legend had it that in ancient times, the immortals, gods, humans, demons, and Buddhas had joined forces to attack Underworld God Island and annihilate the insufferably arrogant Devil Court. Countless immortals, gods, humans, demons, and Buddhas had died on Underworld God Island. Naturally, they had left behind countless treasures. However, Underworld God Island had a power that surpassed the eternal realm. Any powerful living being that entered Underworld God Island, even an eternal, would have their cultivation base suppressed to the sage level. The creatures on Underworld God Island were the same. They were all at the saint level. Countless people had once ascended Underworld God Island in search of treasures, but the vast majority of them had never returned. They had all died on the island. Only an extremely small number of people had managed to obtain peerless demonic treasures and become a hegemon of the demonic path. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already climbed over 100 li down the cliff. The bottom of the cliff was still pitch black. Even with Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye, he couldn't see the bottom. Suddenly, huge black shadows appeared in the demonic abyss, which was filled with demonic qi. They looked like demonic dragons spiraling in the demonic qi. "What is that?" the moon-shooting demon saint exclaimed. "It's definitely not something good," White-Bone Devil Saint said solemnly. "Who cares what he is? Go to hell." The moon-shooting demon sage drew his bow and fired 3 arrows at the same time towards the black shadow within the demonic aura. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but be moved. Swoosh! A black shadow broke through the demonic fog and charged at the moon-shooting demon sage. When Gu Fei saw this thing, he immediately frowned. It was actually a giant centipede. On both sides of the centipede's feet, there were actually black wings. 12-winged demonic centipede? He Xiong exclaimed. Without hesitation, he opened the spirit beast bag and released the demonic fire rooster. However, compared to the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede, the demonic fire rooster's size was too different. The soaring demonic centipede was like a huge dragon with sharp teeth and thick armor that was impervious to swords and spears. The flying demonic centipede was the perfect killing tool. As soon as the demonic fire rooster flew out, the soaring demonic centipede abandoned the moon-shooting demon sage and pounced at the demonic fire rooster. In the next moment, the demonic fire rooster actually grew to the size of a small mountain and directly engaged the soaring demonic centipede in battle. The rooster directly leaped onto the soaring demonic centipede's back and with a single peck, it directly pecked a hole in the soaring demonic centipede's skull, causing black demonic blood to splatter. The soaring demonic centipede crashed into the cliff wall, but the demonic fire rooster's sharp claws were still holding on to the thick armor on the back of the soaring demonic centipede and pecked at its head. One had to admit that the rooster was really the centipede's nemesis. In a short while, the demonic fire rooster pecked the soaring demonic centipede's head into pieces. At this time, the demonic fire rooster pecked out the soaring demonic centipede's beast core and swallowed it. The 12-winged soaring demonic centipede's corpse fell into the abyss and disappeared instantly. "Black Boss, where did you catch such a ferocious bird?" Fengji asked in surprise. The White-Bone Devil Sage and the Moon-Shooting Devil Sage were also dumbfounded. Everything had its vanquisher. The thick armor on the soaring demonic centipede was something that even the Moon-Shooting Devil Sage's arrows couldn't penetrate. Even if they were to attack, it wouldn't be easy to kill this 12-winged soaring demonic centipede. Gu Fei was watching the show from the side. This demonic fire rooster had the demonic phoenix bloodline. Although the bloodline was thin, there was a chance that it could evolve into a demonic phoenix. Of course, the chance was minuscule. There were no absolutes in this world. Even if it seemed impossible, it would often succeed. Even a pheasant could turn into a phoenix. "Hee, I didn't catch it. I borrowed it." He Xiong laughed. "Borrowed?" Everyone was surprised. Who in the nether continent would rear such a demonic fire rooster? He Xiong didn't want to say more. But things weren't over yet. From the demonic mist outside the cliff wall, another 12-winged soaring demonic centipede rushed out. This soaring demonic centipede was much bigger than the previous one. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, The demonic fire rooster that had eaten the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede became drowsy. He Xiong hurriedly put the demonic fire rooster back into the spirit beast pouch. He Xiong, you! Everyone was shocked to see He Xiong keeping the demonic fire rooster. Only this demonic fire rooster could deal with the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede. Caw, caw, caw! Another loud cry rang out. Then, another demonic fire rooster flew out from He Xiong's spirit beast pouch. Something's not right. Fengji and the rest realized that this demonic fire rooster was different from the previous one. Although it was still ferocious and pounced at the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede, its comb was different. This is a demonic fire rooster. It's a pair of male and female. If the rooster is around, so is the female. It won't be alone. He Xiong explained. I see. Fengji and the rest finally understood. The demonic fire rooster was also ferocious. It pounced on the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede's back and pecked at it viciously. The demonic fire rooster's peck pierced through the soaring demonic centipede's incomparably thick carapace. The demonic fire rooster's sharp claws tore through the centipede's carapace. No matter how the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede rolled and moved, it couldn't shake off the demonic fire rooster. In the end, the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede's carapace was pecked out by the demonic fire rooster and swallowed. After the demonic fire rooster swallowed the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede's carapace, the demonic fire rooster burned even more fiercely. Moreover, the demonic fire rooster didn't show any signs of drowsiness. Chapter 4792. In the depths of the underworld demon abyss, there was actually a 12-winged soaring demonic centipede. This shocked Gu Fei and the rest. However, He Xiong already knew that there was such a demonic creature in the abyss. Hence, he went to borrow a male and a female demon fire rooster. Then, in this dark abyss, a spectacular scene of a rooster and a hen fighting a centipede played out. Even Gu Fei was amazed. After the demonic fire rooster killed a 12-winged soaring demonic centipede, it raised its head and let out a loud cry. The demonic flames on the demonic fire rooster's body burned even brighter. At this moment, there was no longer a single demonic centipede in the surroundings. Of course, there were definitely more 12-winged soaring demonic centipedes in the abyss. However, at this moment, be it the ordinary demonic centipedes or the powerful ones, they were all hiding. Those demonic centipedes sensed the demonic fire rooster's aura and hid far away, not daring to appear again. Gu Fei and the rest continued to climb down the abyss. He Xiong did not keep the demonic fire rooster back into the spiritual beast pouch. The demonic fire rooster shrunk to the size of a fist and sat on He Xiong's shoulder. With this demonic fire rooster, Gu Fei and the rest were not afraid of those demonic centipedes. What the hell? What's going on? He Xiong, how deep is this underworld demon abyss? When will we reach the bottom? White-boned demon sage said unhappily to He Xiong. Faster? Just jump down directly. He Xiong said unhappily. White-boned demon sage was speechless. If I dared to jump, would I still need to climb down slowly? Be careful, there might be great danger ahead. He Xiong suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. Among them, only He Xiong had been here before and knew a little about this place. If he said there was danger, then it must be true. Gu Fei focused his attention on the abyss and saw that the demonic aura was getting thicker. Even with his martial path heavenly eye, he could not see anything. This made him very depressed. One had to know that under normal circumstances, his god's eyes could see through all illusions. Nothing could hide from his heaven's eyes. Forget it. Do you think the saint-level magical beasts here can hurt me? Gu Fei didn't say anything and continued to climb down with He Xiong. They continued to climb down for more than 100 miles. At this time, demonic aura surrounded them, and within the demonic aura, many demonic shadows rapidly approached them. What is that? The moon-shooting demon saint exclaimed. At that moment, He Xiong put away the demonic fire hen rooster and threw a bolt of divine lightning at the demonic shadow that was rushing up from the demonic abyss. Boom! The divine thunder exploded, releasing a destructive power of extreme yang. This was not the devil thunder, but the most authentic pure yang divine thunder. This thing was the nemesis of demonic creatures. It directly exploded the countless black shadows that rushed up and scattered them in the void. Don't let these things touch you, Heixiong reminded everyone. Could it be the same thing as those strange demonic shadows on the Black Fire Ridge? Fengji said in surprise. It's similar, and even more powerful. If we touch it, we will die. The last time, we died here. Heixiong's expression was nervous. He was holding another pure yang divine thunder bead in his hand. He was fully prepared for this trip to the demonic abyss. These things are afraid of the pure yang energy? White-boned demon Saint exclaimed. That's right. Heixiong nodded. At this time, an incomparably sharp voice suddenly came from the bottom of the demonic abyss. The voice had a strong, penetrating power, causing everyone's divine soul to tremble. At the same time, faint and illusory demonic shadows rushed up from the bottom of the demonic abyss. There were so many of them that it made everyone's skin go numb. Heixiong boss, we can't take it anymore. Why don't we retreat? The moon-shooting demon Saint was frightened. Heixiong threw out a handful of pure yang divine thunder beads. Thunderclaps shook the sky, and balls of thunder fire exploded in the midst of the strange demonic phantoms. The demonic phantoms directly dissipated in the void. When will this ever end? Gu Fei sighed. In the next moment, he jumped down into the demonic abyss. His body instantly surged with dazzling pure yang fire. Heixiong and the others were stunned when they saw this. What happened? This Gu Hong fellow actually cultivated both immortal and demonic cultivation? Cultivating both immortal and demonic cultivation was nothing new in the eternal world. Even Heixiong thought that Gu Fei cultivated both immortal and demonic cultivation at the same time. When the immortal and demonic cultivation clashed with each other, his combat power would multiply. At this time, Gu Fei directly rushed down into the demonic abyss. Everywhere he passed, the strange demonic shadows turned into nothingness. He directly dove down into the demonic abyss. He was surrounded by strange demonic shadows. When these strange demonic shadows came into contact with the pure yang fire on his body, they turned into nothingness. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw a scene that caused even his expression to change. There was actually an ancient palace floating in the air below, and countless devilish figures were currently rushing out from it. The source of the demonic shadows was in this hall. Without hesitation, Gu Fei leaped up the steps of the hall. Woo woo! A low voice came from the hall. This was the sound-killing technique. If it was an ordinary demon saint, the sound wave would have shattered their essence spirit and killed them. Gu Fei stood outside the door of the hall, blocking the strange demonic shadows. Swoosh! At this time, a sharp claw directly reached out from the hall, grabbing at Gu Fei outside the door. This was not a demonic shadow, but a real demonic living being. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, a sword light rushed out from his body, directly slashing the demonic claw that reached out from the hall. In the next moment, a strange cry sounded from the hall. Then, a demonic shadow directly pounced out from the hall, pouncing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei instantly saw the appearance of this demonic shadow. This demonic shadow looked like an ape, but not an ape. It had a pair of long arms and was covered in black hair. This demonic shadow was incomparably ferocious. It was not even afraid of the pure yang fire on Gu Fei's body. It directly pounced towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei only slashed out with his sword. In an instant, the ferocious demonic shadow that pounced out from the hall was sliced into two. A particularly pungent smell of blood immediately pervaded the air. At this time, Gu Fei vaguely saw that there was a coffin in the hall. One after another, strange demonic shadows appeared from the coffin. At this time, the hall was filled with strange demonic shadows. Could it be that the demonic corpse in the coffin has turned into a corpse? Chapter 47-93. At the bottom of the underworld divinity devil abyss, there was actually an ancient devil hall floating in the air. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked, and he discovered that those strange devil shadows earlier were actually from a gigantic coffin within the devil hall. This caused Gu Fei to be even more shocked. One must know that the more powerful a person was, the more difficult it would be for their corpse to be preserved after their death. However, if the corpse was successfully preserved and underwent a corpse transformation, it would be troublesome. In the hall of the ancient Devil Hall, there was actually a coffin, and there were strange black shadows constantly coming out from the coffin. And with Gu Fei blocking the entrance, these strange shadows could not leave. Very soon, the Devil Hall was filled with people. Kill! Gu Fei's body trembled, and a powerful wave of pure yang energy erupted from his body, as though a divine sun had suddenly appeared in the world. Pure yang qi surged in all directions. Under the illumination of the divine sun, the strange demonic shadows were directly turned into nothingness. However, Gu Fei knew that as long as the devil coffin in the Devil Hall was still there, these strange shadows would not be truly destroyed. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei did not enter the Devil Hall, but he punched the devil coffin in the Devil Hall. Boom! In the next moment, a loud sound rang out. The devil coffin in the Devil Hall exploded, and a demonic shadow rushed out. Roar! The demonic shadow roared towards the sky, and the entire Devil Hall shook. It was terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. As expected, it was a corpse transformation. From head to toe, this fellow exuded a terrifying death aura. This was a corpse demon, and it was extremely powerful. Of course, no matter how powerful it was, this corpse demon's cultivation was still suppressed to the sage realm, infinitely close to the half-step extreme Tao. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that this corpse demon actually had an eternal devil body. This was a little difficult to deal with. It seemed like this corpse demon must have been an incredible devil Tao giant when it was alive. However, why was this demonic giant buried here after his death? The ancient Devil Hall floated in the air, enveloped by a strange energy. It didn't rise or descend. It was simply floating in the air. Why was this so? Was it intentional? Roar! At this moment, the corpse demon roared and pounced on Gu Fei, who was standing outside the main hall's entrance. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei threw a punch. Bam! His punch hit Shermo's chest and sent him flying back into the hall. After the corpse demon crawled up from the ground, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Countless specters in the hall actually flew into his mouth, and in an instant, they were all devoured by him. The aura of death on the corpse demon's body grew stronger after devouring countless strange demonic shadows. Fellow Taoist Gu, what happened? At this time, He Xiong and the others also came down from the cliff. When they saw the ancient palace floating in the void, they were inexplicably shocked. What's going on? The palace of the ancient Devil Tao Supreme? The demon sages were surprised and delighted, thinking that there was a peerless devil treasure in the ancient palace. However, when the corpse demon walked out of the hall, these guys were dumbfounded. Then, they all ran away at the same time. The aura that erupted from the corpse demon was too shocking. Anyone who went up to it would definitely die. Therefore, this responsibility was naturally thrown to Gu Fei. If Gu Fei couldn't handle it, they would also have time to escape. The Devil Tao people only cared about themselves. They didn't care about the life and death of others. Didn't He Xiong recruit these people to come to Underworld God Island to make use of them? Whitebone Demon Sage and the others knew that they were being used, but they still came. This was because there was a peerless devil treasure on Underworld God Island, and they had a chance to obtain it. The corpse demon's ferocious aura filled the sky, and it once again pounced on Gu Fei. I have a sword that can split the sky. Gu Fei pointed with his right hand, and a dazzling sword light immediately appeared in front of him. He waved his hand, and the sword light instantly pierced through. However, the sword light directly collided with the corpse demon's body, and it only made a fist-sized hole in the corpse demon's armor. However, the powerful impact forced the charging corpse demon to take a few steps back. The corpse demon roared and rushed forward again. How could the power of a sage injure the eternal devil body of the demonic corpse? Gu Fei used the heaven-trampling steps and soared into the sky. Then, he stomped down on the demonic corpse that was charging towards him. Violent energy surged out from his foot. Bam! Gu Fei's foot directly stepped on the corpse demon's head, and with a loud bang, half of the corpse demon's body sank into the ground. The corpse demon fiercely clawed at Gu Fei's right leg. Gu Fei once again soared into the sky, and then, with a flip, he landed in the distance. Ordinary attacks would not be able to kill this guy at all. The corpse demon directly climbed out of the ground and roared as it attacked Gu Fei. The corpse chi that erupted from its body seemed to have materialized. 2 blood-colored rays rushed out of its blood-colored pupils. Then I'll play with you. Gu Fei's competitive spirit was aroused, and he directly faced the corpse demon. Bam! 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 Gu Fei used the form transposition technique, and in an instant, he heavily punched the corpse demon 3 times. The power of the Great Path contained in these 3 punches was of the sage level, but the pure power was far beyond that of the sage level. It should be known that Gu Fei had a genuine eternal martial body. These 3 punches, which were enough to destroy the primordial sacred mountain, directly smashed the corpse demon's armor and left 3 deep fist marks on the corpse demon's body. However, Gu Fei saw that the fist marks on the corpse demon's body were actually slowly disappearing. The demonic body's self-recovery ability was very strong. What the hell is this? White-boned devil Saint saw this scene from afar and could not help but exclaim, "Monstrous death chi, this guy can't be a corpse demon that came out of the coffin, right?" Fengji stared at the figure shrouded in devil chi, her eyes extremely sharp. Although this corpse demon was powerful, it did not seem to have any intelligence. It only knew simple attacks, either pouncing or clawing. Of course, if this guy clawed, even a pinnacle great sage would be torn to pieces. Seeing this, Gu Fei deliberately led the corpse demon to the cliff, and then he stood beside the cliff. Roar! The corpse demon directly pounced at Gu Fei. Gu Fei waited for the corpse demon to pounce on him, and suddenly used the form transposition technique, and instantly moved a few steps to the side. The corpse demon, which missed its target, directly fell down the cliff. That works. He Xiong and the others, who were watching from afar, were dumbfounded. Such a powerful corpse demon was actually killed by Gu Fei just like that? Just when they had no time to rejoice, a sudden roar came from the bottom of the cliff, and the next moment, countless strange devil shadows rushed up from the bottom of the cliff. An endless aura of death filled every inch of the void. What? Chapter 4794. At the bottom of the abyss of the Underworld God on Underworld God Island, the peerless demonic corpse appeared and fought with Gu Fei. Fortunately, the demonic corpse's intelligence seemed to be faulty, and it was lured by Gu Fei to jump off the cliff. However, before He Xiong and the others could celebrate, countless strange demonic shadows rushed out from the bottom of the cliff. This is the legendary shadow demon doppelganger. He Xiong finally revealed the origin of these strange demonic shadows. The shadow demon was an ancient giant of the Devil Tao, the supreme demon lord of the eternal realm. He did not expect to fall on Underworld God Island and be buried in the abyss of the Underworld God. Was the abyss of the Underworld God really the burial ground of the pureblood demons? These strange demonic shadows originated from the shadow demon. As long as his eternal demon body was not destroyed, his demon body would automatically give birth to these strange demonic shadows. The strange demonic shadows would be attracted by the aura of living beings and would pounce on them. As long as they were pounced on by the strange demonic shadows, no matter what kind of living being they were, their essence, chi, and spirit would be instantly devoured by the demonic shadows, turning them into a dried corpse. Those with weak cultivation would even be instantly turned into dust when they were pounced on by the demonic shadows. Seeing the countless demonic shadows rushing out from the bottom of the cliff, He Xiong and the others were scared half to death. "Oh no, we're dead this time." The white-boned demon saint's face was paler than a sheet of white paper. 9 suns illuminating the sky. Gu Fei let out a loud cry and actually displayed the Golden Crow clan's divine ability. 9 balls of divine light rushed out from his body, as if they had instantly turned into 9 divine suns, illuminating the heavens and earth. The billowing true yang qi spread out like raging waves. Under the illumination of the 9 divine suns, countless strange demonic shadows that rushed up from the bottom of the cliff turned into smoke and dissipated in the void. He's not a demon. Is he an expert of the Golden Crow clan? He Xiong and the others were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. This guy is very mysterious. The great demon saints were afraid of Gu Fei. At this time, there were still countless strange demonic shadows rushing up from the bottom of the cliff. However, without exception, all of them dissipated after being hit by the 9 suns' qi. As for Gu Fei, he was like a true Yang Supreme descending to the mortal world. He directly leaped off the cliff, and the countless strange demonic shadows dissipated one after another. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the bottom of the cliff. After that, there were no more strange demonic shadows charging at him. This, He Xiong and the others hurriedly ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down. What they saw made them dumbfounded. Light shone from below as palaces after palaces floated in the air. Groups of armored figures stood in the palaces and arranged their soldiers into formations. Immortal light coiled about and divine multicolored light illuminated the surroundings. This wasn't a demonic land at all. It was simply a heavenly palace. He Xiong and the rest were shocked to see such a scene in the underworld god and demon abyss. What happened? This. White-boned demon sage's mouth was opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. Are we looking for devil treasures or immortal treasures? Fengji was also stunned. Underworld Continent was the domain of the demonic sects, and Underworld God Island was a forbidden ground for the demons. It was truly unbelievable that an immortal Tao heavenly palace would appear here. At this moment, Gu Fei actually used a huge cauldron to suck the horrifying corpse demon into the cauldron. After keeping the corpse demon, he directly rushed towards the largest palace in this heavenly palace. He could actually fly in the air within this heavenly palace. How can he fly? The demon sages were dumbfounded again. What the F***CK are you all standing there for? Let's go get the treasures. White-boned demon sage said as he directly jumped down. That's right. The other demon sages were also envious. There were definitely peerless immortal treasures in this heavenly palace. Although they were demons, if they could obtain peerless immortal treasures, it would be the same to exchange them for demonic treasures. He Xiong and the rest naturally did not want to fall behind, and they all jumped down. When they entered the heavenly palace-like world, they suddenly felt their bodies lighten, and the suppressive force on them disappeared. They all chased after Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the largest palace. Gu Fei used his martial path heavenly eye and saw that the entire palace was shrouded in dense Tao patterns. These were array patterns, and the entire palace was shrouded in layers of array patterns. This should be a small world. Moreover, it was already a miracle that this small world could appear in the underworld god and devil abyss. The owner of this small world must have been an extremely terrifying existence when he was alive, because even though that person had fallen, the small world that he created did not collapse, and it still existed. Surpassed eternal realm? Gu Fei guessed that the owner of this small world was likely an existence that surpassed eternal realm, because in this small world, his cultivation was not suppressed. As soon as he entered this pocket world, his half-step eternal cultivation base was restored to its original state. With his current cultivation, he could kill He Xiong and the other demon sages with a snap of his fingers. Daofren Gu, why don't you go in? He Xiong and the rest caught up. Ancient demon sage White Bone did not care that much and directly rushed forward. However, the next moment, the white-boned demon saint let out a blood-curdling scream. It was as though he had hit his head on an invisible wall and was sent flying back. There was a huge bump on his forehead, and he was in so much pain that he was tearing up. White-boned demon sage and the rest did not have Gu Fei's ability, and they could not see the countless array patterns hidden in the void in front of them. Demon? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. In the next moment, the two generals standing in front of the palace suddenly raised their heads, and two incomparably sharp divine lights rushed out of their eyes. Then, heavy footsteps sounded, and the two generals actually passed through the layers of array patterns and walked out. The powerful pressure of an extreme Tao level erupted from the two generals. He Xiong and the rest immediately gave up. They had no choice but to give up. These two guys guarding the door were existences of the extreme Tao level. The pressure of the extreme Tao level erupted from the two generals, and He Xiong and the rest directly lay on the ground, trembling. The power of the extreme Tao was not something that a sage-level expert could contend with. Gu Fei waved his hand, and He Xiong and the rest were enveloped by a force, and in the next moment, they were involuntarily sent flying out of this small world. At this time, Gu Fei and the two generals guarding the palace began fighting. With a slap, Gu Fei smashed one of the generals into pieces and directly killed him. Then, with a punch, he blasted another general into a bloody mist. Rumble. At this time, the entire immortal palace shook, and the army that formed the military formation suddenly came to life. Countless celestial soldiers and generals seemed to have recovered their vitality in an instant. This Chapter 4795. In a small palace-like world below the underworld demon abyss, countless celestial soldiers and generals suddenly regained their vitality and charged towards He Xiong and the rest. He Xiong and the rest were shocked and immediately retreated out of the small world. When He Xiong and the rest retreated out of the small world, all the revived celestial soldiers and generals returned to their original positions as if they had never moved. How could this be? He Xiong and White Bone Demon Sage were dumbfounded. This is unfair. Taoist Gu is fine after entering, but we're doomed? Moon-shooting Demon Sage was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. There were definitely unimaginable immortal treasures in this small world, but none of them had anything to do with them because they did not dare to enter this small world. The awakened heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were too terrifying. Any random heavenly general could kill them directly. These heavenly generals were all at the extreme Tao level. At this time, Gu Fei started to break the protective array outside the Heaven Skill Center Hall. When he had triggered the array, he had been attacked by two extreme warlords. However, after he had killed the two extreme warlords, the small world had regained its peace. Gu Fei cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, and he could see through the void of heaven and earth with a single glance. He could find the flaws of any array with his martial path Heavenly Eye. Why? You still don't want to come out and meet me? Gu Fei suddenly said to the central hall on the opposite side. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh sounded, and then, a faint and illusory figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a white-bearded old man. You're still breathing. Are you trying to scam me, or are you waiting for the fated one? Gu Fei used the martial path Heavenly Eye and could tell that this guy was just a remnant consciousness, not even a clone. It was just an undying remnant consciousness. Brat, how can you say that? The white-bearded old man was displeased, and he glared at Lin Fan. Isn't that so? If you're dead, then so be it. Why do you have to create so many things? Gu Fei said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Don't think that you're so awesome. You can see through me, but I can also see through you. Brat, you're not a native of this everworld, but an outsider, am I right? The white-bearded old man sneered. You can even see that? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was just a remnant will, but he could actually see through him. TSK, you dare to look down on me? When I, Hong Tian, roamed the eternal world, the world you lived in was probably still in a state of chaos. It hadn't been opened yet. The white-bearded old man said disdainfully. Hong Tian? Who was it? Never heard of it. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? You've never heard of me? How could anyone in the eternal world not have heard of me? I'm the invincible great emperor of the vast heavens. The white-bearded old man glared at Gu Fei. Keep bragging. Invincible great emperor? If you were really that awesome, would you have fallen in this underworld god and devil abyss? Gu Fei exposed his shortcomings without any mercy. You're really pissing me off. The white-bearded old man was really depressed. All right, why aren't you telling me how you managed to obtain this small world? Gu Fei was a little excited. This was a small world opened up by some great emperor of the vast heavens, who had surpassed the eternal world. Sigh. How about this? Worship me as your master, and you'll be the owner of this small world. How about it? The white-bearded old man sighed. This kid was not bad. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to keep this small world. It's that simple? Gu Fei didn't waste any time and knelt on the ground to pay his respects. The white-bearded old man was also stunned. This kid was too direct. He didn't even say anything. He should at least be a little pretentious. Forget it. This kid got lucky. Disciple greets master. Gu Fei smiled and got up from the ground. Forget it. The white-bearded old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Next, he jabbed with a finger and a beam of divine light shot into Gu Fei's glabella. Next, many things appeared within Gu Fei's mind. Back then, countless people had wanted to worship him as their master. It turned out that Grand Emperor Primordial Sky's claim of invincibility was not an exaggeration. He was once an invincible existence, a Grand Emperor of Eternal World. In the end, however, he died in battle on Nethergod Island, taking down a pure-blooded demon emperor with him. The pure-blooded demon emperor was also known as an invincible great emperor of the vast heavens. Back then, Nethergod Island was the #1 demonic Tao force, a holy land for demons. However, after a world-shaking battle, Nethergod Island was destroyed and Great Emperor of the vast heavens died in battle. All that was left behind was a small world and an indestructible remnant will. The white-bearded old man sent a great deal of information into Gu Fei's sea of wisdom. Next, the old man dissipated into nothingness. The remnant will of Great Emperor of the vast heavens had completed its task. There was no need for it to continue existing. By then, Great Emperor of the vast heavens was truly finished. As for Gu Fei, he had easily inherited everything here. The conversation between Gu Fei and the white-bearded old man was conducted through divine sense. Thus, He Xiong and the others had no idea what was going on. Great Emperor of the vast heavens hated demons the most. If He Xiong and the others had entered this small world, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals he had left behind would have mobilized to kill off the intruders. Gu Fei was neither a demon's nor a member of the demonic Tao. Thus, Great Emperor of the vast heavens had chosen him and allowed him to inherit everything here. I forgot to ask him where I can find the fusion Tao fruit. Gu Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Where did Taoist Gu go? He Xiong and the others were shocked when they saw this. By then, Gu Fei had already passed through the layers of arrays outside the central hall and entered the central hall. There were many powerful figures standing in the hall. These people all wore strangely shaped armor and held Tao weapons. There were more than 100 of them. These people had their eyes closed and stood there quietly. No one knew how long they had been standing there. It was as if they had been there since the beginning of time. Gu Fei walked through these people step by step and climbed onto the throne in the middle of the hall. He sat down on it. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei sat down on the throne, the hundreds of figures standing in the hall suddenly opened their eyes and knelt down in front of him. Greetings, Master. A wave of divine sense erupted from the figures at the same time. Haha. Chapter 4796. The vast heavenly emperor was a peerless expert who suppressed an era. After obtaining his inheritance, Gu Fei finally had a chance to surpass the eternal realm and become a supreme existence like the vast heavenly emperor. Of course, it was still too early for this to happen, as Gu Fei's cultivation had yet to recover to the eternal realm. However, the inheritance of the vast heavenly emperor allowed him to see something even higher than the eternal realm. Because it proved one thing, surpassing the eternal realm was possible, and not just a fantasy. The vast heavenly emperor was a successful example. At this time, Gu Fei also learned one thing. That was, if he didn't want to be suppressed by the power surpassing the eternal realm on Underworld God Island, then his cultivation would have to reach the same realm as the vast heavenly emperor. Because the power of the vast Heavenly Emperor could contend against the power of the Devil Path on Underworld God Island. The entire vast heaven realm was the inheritance of the vast heaven, Heavenly Emperor. After Gu Fei refined the vast heaven realm, he obtained the vast heaven treasure mirror left behind by the vast heaven, Heavenly Emperor. The vast heaven, Heavenly Emperor's lifelong knowledge was recorded in the vast heaven treasure mirror. Gu Fei directly put the vast heaven treasure mirror into his dantian and nourished it with the heaven and earth grand mist, qi day and night. With his current half-step eternal realm cultivation, he could only open a small part of the vast heaven treasure mirror. However, even just a small part of the vast heaven treasure mirror was enough to captivate him. All kinds of supreme divine arts were too attractive. One of them was the Qi observation technique, a supreme spirit technique used to search for spiritual treasures. After cultivating this spirit technique, Gu Fei could tell whether there were treasures in a place with just a glance. Wasn't he looking for the Dao fusion fruit? Gu Fei directly cultivated the Qi observation technique. Fortunately, this spirit technique wasn't that complicated. If he used it together with his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, he would get twice the result with half the effort. After cultivating for half a day, he had basically mastered this spirit technique. Shua. When he reappeared in the outside world, He Xiong and the others were still looking around on the cliff. They didn't dare to go down into the devil abyss. Fellow Taoist Gu, what happened just now? He Xiong asked directly. I don't know either. Just now, I seem to have entered a void space. Now, I suddenly came out. I don't know what happened either. Gu Fei said. It was impossible for him to tell these guys that he had obtained the inheritance of Hong Tian, Heavenly Emperor. This was his biggest trump card, and only he knew about it. So that's how it is. That should be space-time turbulence. We must all be extremely careful. Not everyone is as lucky as fellow Gu. He Xiong said in realization. I say, Black Boss, where is the demon origin fruit you were talking about? That's right. We've already entered deep into the demonic abyss, but we haven't even seen the shadow of the demonic origin fruit. The other demon saints were getting impatient. If my guess is correct, the demon origin fruit should be down there. He Xiong muttered. Last time, they had taken the risk to enter Underworld God Island because they had obtained a treasure map. However, when they encountered the strange demonic shadow, they were almost completely annihilated, and only He Xiong survived. This time, not only had they passed the trial of the demonic shadow, but the trial of the Sky Palace had also disappeared. Not far below should be the place where the demon origin fruit was. The place where the demon origin fruit is located is called the demon blood pool. Everyone, be careful. He Xiong warned. Of course. Who would dare to be careless in a place like this? The moon-shooting demon saint said angrily. Out of the 10 of them, only 5 of them were left. They had lost half of their team, and they didn't know if more of them would die. Then let's continue. What are we waiting for? Gu Fei said. He had used the aura observation art to take a look and saw treasure chi rushing out from several places not far below. The so-called treasure chi was actually demonic chi, the aura of demonic treasures. Let's continue. Everyone continued to climb down. At this time, Gu Fei was no longer suppressed by the power of Underworld God Island. Because he had refined the Hong Tian realm, he could use the Hong Tian realm's power to resist the power of Underworld God Island. In this way, he was invincible on Underworld God Island. His martial Dao Heavenly Eye swept down and saw through the layers of demonic fog. A bubbling blood pool appeared in his eyes. This should be the demon blood pool. The demon blood pool wasn't very big, but there were countless white skeletons rolling around in it, exuding a boundless demonic aura. Not far from the demon blood pool, there were several demonic trees growing on the cliffs. On the trees, there were more than a dozen black fruits the size of an adult's fist. Were these the demon origin fruits? Although Gu Fei could see everything below, He Xiong and the others couldn't. There didn't seem to be any danger down there. Even if there was danger, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid. After all, he had a half-step eternal cultivation base. On Underworld God Island, the cultivation base of all living beings was suppressed to the sage level. So, how could there be any demonic creatures on Underworld God Island that could threaten Gu Fei? He directly jumped down, and his figure instantly disappeared into the demonic fog below. This, He Xiong and the others were dumbfounded. Was this guy a fool? He actually dared to jump down the cliff. At this time, Gu Fei had directly descended to the cliff where the demon blood pool was located. The demonic aura that erupted from the blood pool was too strong. Perhaps the demon origin fruits on the cliff had been infected by the demon blood pool's overflowing demon Dao essence, which was why they were born. Taking advantage of the fact that He Xiong and the others had not come down, Gu Fei immediately plucked 7 or 8 of the best demon origin fruits, leaving only 6 for He Xiong and the others. Demon blood pool, demon origin fruits, I've struck it rich. When He Xiong and the others arrived, they were directly shocked by what they saw. The demon blood in the demon blood pool contained a strong demonic essence. The white bone devil actually took out a jade bottle and directly stored the demonic liquid in the demon blood pool. Just as the white bone devil was storing the demonic liquid, a blood-colored demonic shadow suddenly rushed out of the demon blood pool, directly entangled the white bone devil, and then pulled him into the demon blood pool. Roar! Save me! After falling into the demon blood pool, the flesh and blood of the white bone devil actually melted. In just a few breaths, the white bone devil turned into a skeleton and died. What? When the crowd saw this, they were all stunned. Even Gu Fei was shocked. He actually did not sense the existence of a demonic creature in the demon blood pool. It was a scarlet blood devil bone python. Seeing the white bone devil die so tragically, He Xiong and the others immediately distanced themselves from the demon blood pool, not daring to approach. Chapter 4797. No one had expected such a big guy to be hiding in the demon blood pool. The scarlet blood devil bone python was dozens of meters long. Although its body was made of bones, its bones were at the extreme Dao level. Every bone exuded a powerful demonic aura. The white bone demon sage was unlucky. He had thought that there was no danger around the demon blood pool and the demon origin fruits, but he had actually tried to collect the demon blood in the demon blood pool. Hence, he was unlucky. The scarlet blood devil bone python naturally did not dare to attack Gu Fei. It should be noted that Gu Fei was no longer suppressed by the power of Underworld God Island. The fiendish python could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Gu Fei's body. Therefore, when Gu Fei arrived, it could only hide in the demon blood pool obediently, not daring to come out. But because this devil python's aura had fused with the devil blood pool, even Gu Fei, a half-step eternal existence, couldn't sense its existence. The demonic power contained in the demon blood pool was extremely powerful, especially the bubbling demon blood. It had a strong corrosive power that could even corrode a demon sage's body. Soon, the white-bone demon sage's skeleton was corroded. Even a sage-level demon bone could not be preserved in the demon blood pool. Seeing this, He Xiong and the others could not help but take a few steps back. Hurry up and pick the demon origin fruits, then retreat. He Xiong shouted at the moon-shooting demon sage. The moon-shooting demon sage hurriedly rushed to the demon origin fruits on the cliff. None of them had expected that Gu Fei had already picked the demon origin fruits once. The 6 that remained were the weakest ones. The moon-shooting demon sage saw that some of the branches on the demon origin tree had been picked, but he did not think too much about it. He picked the 6 demon origin fruits and retreated. At this time, Gu Fei had completely concealed his aura. Swoosh! Suddenly, a blood shadow rushed out of the demon blood pool and pounced at the moon-shooting demon sage. The python could not sense any threatening aura, so it went all out. He Xiong, save me! The moon-shooting demon sage rushed at He Xiong. Damn, aren't you trying to trick me? Seeing this, He Xiong immediately turned around and fled. The others also fled in all directions, including Gu Fei. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was Gu Fei's strength. He Xiong, the moon-shooting demon saint, Feng Ji, and of course, Gu Fei were thrown into chaos by the scarlet blood demon bone python. Bam! The scarlet blood devil bone python caught up to the moon-shooting demon sage and sent him flying. He slammed into the rock wall and rolled on the ground. Wow! Moon-shooting demon saint coughed out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! The scarlet blood devil bone python charged towards the moon-shooting demon sage. Boss Hey, the demon origin fruit is with me. If you don't save me, the demon origin fruit will be finished. The moon-shooting demon saint sent out a wave of divine will. Damn it! He Xiong and Feng Ji had no choice but to charge at the scarlet blood demon bone python with all their might. Especially He Xiong, who had gone all out. Devil Thunder directly smashed towards the devil bone python. This was the immortal-slaying Devil Thunder. Even if a great demon saint was hit by it, his soul would scatter and scatter instantly. However, He Xiong was dumbfounded when the incredibly powerful immortal-slaying Devil Thunder only managed to stop the scarlet blood devil bone python for a moment. At that moment, a deafening cry was heard. A demonic phoenix appeared in the void and pounced at the devil bone python. The devil bone python sprang up from the ground and started fighting the demonic phoenix. Gu Fei watched from the side and had no intention of making a move. Bam! The demonic bone python sent the demonic phoenix flying. The demonic phoenix dissipated and turned into a demonic bead that fell into Feng Ji's hand. The moon-shooting demon saint took the opportunity to flee. However, he had the demon origin fruit with him. Hence, the devil bone python had its eyes on him. After sending the demonic phoenix flying, the devil bone python chased after the demonic phoenix. Go to hell. The moon-shooting demon saint flipped his right hand and a demonic bow appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the moon-shooting demon saint fired 3 arrows at the same time. Each arrow landed on the devil bone python's body. However, the devil bone python's body was not damaged at all. Could it be an extreme downgrade bone body? The moon-shooting demon saint was really scared now. How was he supposed to deal with the devil bone python that possessed an extreme downgrade bone body? Kill. He Xiong attacked frantically. Countless electric sparks erupted from his body. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into a terrifying thunder demon. With a wave of his hand, a large area of demonic lightning blasted on the devil bone python. However, this level of attack was like scratching an itch to the devil bone python that possessed an extreme downgrade bone body. At most, it could only slow down its movement speed. Moreover, the devil bone python's movement speed was too fast. In just a flash, it had already entangled the moon-shooting demon saint. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the moon-shooting demon saint's body. His entire body was strangled to the point where he no longer looked human. However, he was still alive. A terrifying scene took place. The moon-shooting demon saint's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, all that was left of the archer demon saint was a skeleton wrapped in human skin. Its absorbing spirit essence. He Xiong was extremely shocked when he saw this. Thunder demon He Xiong was also a formidable figure. Among the demon saints, there were very few who could rival him. However, he felt powerless against this devil bone python that completely ignored his attacks. Dark demon flame. Feng Ji was furious. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of natal demon flame. As soon as the demon flame appeared, the temperature in the void plummeted. Not only did the demon flame not emit any heat, but it also exploded with a shocking chill. The demon flame instantly enveloped the devil bone python that was entangled with the moon-shooting demon saint. Feng Ji, the moon-shooting demon saint was not completely dead. However, as soon as he was burned by the dark demon flame, his spirit was directly annihilated in the demon flame. A bag fell from the moon-shooting demon saint's body. This was the bag that the moon-shooting demon saint had used to store the demon origin fruits. It was unknown what kind of leather was used to refine this bag, but the powerful dark demon flame could not burn it at all. Demon origin fruits? He Xiong reached out his right hand and grabbed the bag that had fallen on the ground. The bag containing the demon origin fruit immediately flew towards him, and he caught it in his hand. Haha! He Xiong laughed heartily and flew up the cliff. This fellow had risked his life to enter the underworld god island, so he immediately fled. Moreover, he wanted to take all the demon origin fruits in the bag for himself. He Xiong, you bastard! The dark demon flame erupted with a strange chill. Although it was still unable to do anything to the devil bone python that possessed the ultimate Dao bone body, it was able to slow down the devil bone python. When Fengji saw that He Xiong had snatched the bag and fled, she immediately chased after him. The two figures disappeared from the cliff in an instant. Gu Fei looked at this scene coldly, but he did not make a move. They were just two little fellows. He would look for them later to play with them. Just as he was about to dive deeper into the devil abyss, the devil bone python shook off the dark demon flame on its body and pounced toward him. "You're courting death." Chapter 4798. After killing the scarlet blood demonic bone python with a single punch, Gu Fei immediately activated his martial path Heavenly Eye. The martial path Heavenly Eye pierced through the void, peering into the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. The moment it appeared, he could see everything within 1,000 miles of the demonic abyss. Of course, 1,000 miles was only a small part of the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. However, Gu Fei could see 5 places where treasure aura was rising. One of the places was filled with treasure aura that even affected the surrounding weather. He Xiong and Fengji had left the underworld divinity and demon abyss. Only Gu Fei, who had obtained the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor's Hongtian world, dared to continue searching for treasures in the underworld divinity's abyss. In fact, the demon blood pool also contained a large amount of demonic qi. However, Gu Fei had obtained the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor's inheritance, so how could he be interested in a small demon blood pool? Now, he only wanted to obtain the Dao fusion fruit and fully recover his eternal rank cultivation. Without hesitation, Gu Fei jumped into the demonic abyss. At this time, he could already fly in the void, even in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. One had to know that the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor's power was comparable to the power of the underworld divinity island. Swish! Just as Gu Fei was about to descend, a series of black shadows rushed out from the cliff and pounced at Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. They were flying demon scorpions the size of millstones. Haha, Gu Fei laughed heartily. In the next moment, countless sword lights flew out from his body and slashed at the flying demon scorpions. Then, a rain of demon scorpions fell from the sky. The smell of blood spread out, and terrifying roars came from everywhere in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. The terrifying demonic creatures hiding in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss were all alarmed. The demonic creatures in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss were definitely the most terrifying demonic creatures on the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. However, even the strongest demonic creatures on the underworld divinity island wouldn't exceed the sage rank. Soon, the countless soaring devil scorpions that pounced at Gu Fei were all killed by his sword qi, and not a single one was spared. However, as Gu Fei continued to fly down, he saw a place where the aura of treasures was rising. It was actually shrouded in a layer of demonic light, like a giant demonic egg. What is this? Having obtained the vast heaven monarch's legacy, Gu Fei had gained some confidence. Naturally, he was curious about what it was. He grabbed at the rock wall with his right hand, and a large rock immediately flew towards him and landed in his hand. Then, he threw it at the demonic egg-like object below. When the boulder hit the layer of demonic light, it disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei's martial Dao heavens, I could clearly see that the boulder he had thrown had actually penetrated the layer of demonic light and entered the void behind it. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a possibility and couldn't help but feel shocked and expectant. Could it be that the guy whom Grand Emperor Vast Heaven didn't hesitate to perish together with his life, still be alive? He had obtained the memory of a remnant consciousness of Grand Emperor Vast Heaven, and he knew that the pure-blooded demon ancestor whom Grand Emperor Vast Heaven had killed with his life was called Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. Gu Fei was very careful. He pondered for a moment, and the next moment, a divine consciousness rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into another Gu Fei. This Gu Fei took a step and instantly arrived in front of the giant, demonic egg. This was a divine consciousness incarnation, and it could use 20 to 30% of Gu Fei's strength, which was enough to easily kill a sage rank expert. Swoosh! Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation directly passed through the layer of demonic light and entered the demonic egg, and Gu Fei's real body was sitting cross-legged in the void. It was very strange that no demonic creature dared to approach the demonic egg. Indeed, when Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation entered the demonic egg really did contain a world, and it was a demonic sky. This demonic sky was definitely the opposite of the Grand Emperor Vast Heaven's Hongtian realm. Because this demonic sky lacked vitality, demonic chi was spewing everywhere, and volcanoes were scattered all over this demonic sky. What the volcanoes spewed was not fire, but demonic chi. When Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation entered this demonic sky, a powerful demonic consciousness instantly enveloped his divine consciousness incarnation. Boom! Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation directly exploded. This was the legendary explosion on the spot. Outside the demonic sky, Gu Fei's real body, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes when he felt his divine consciousness incarnation being destroyed. As expected, Gu Fei directly rushed into the demonic sky. Puny human, how dare you disturb this emperor's slumber? Damn it! A demonic consciousness was transmitted into Gu Fei's mind. Just as Gu Fei rushed into the demonic sky, a figure appeared silently outside the demonic sky. This person was actually a woman. To be able to enter the underworld god island and enter the underworld god demon abyss, this woman was naturally no ordinary person. Hee, this little fella sure knows how to cause trouble. Seems like I'll be able to have some fun. The mysterious woman's figure disappeared into the void without a trace. Rumble. At this moment, the entire demonic sky shook violently. The ground cracked open as an arm reached out from the ground. This was an arm covered in black scales. Monstrous demonic chi burst out from the arm, and one terrifying demonic shadow after another appeared around the arm. Suddenly, a gigantic figure broke out of the ground and sat up. An extremely terrifying demonic aura burst forth from this demonic body. The entire demonic sky became extremely unstable. Tisk, it's just a crippled demon emperor. Gu Fei sneered. This demon emperor was indeed the Hongtian heavenly emperor's opponent in the past, the ancient netherworld demon emperor. However, he could clearly sense that although the ancient netherworld demon emperor looked strong on the surface, he was only equivalent to an eternal realm demon ancestor. With the Hongtian realm in his hands, why would he be afraid of an eternal realm demon ancestor? In the West Sea of the celestial continent, he had even killed the old ancestor of the martial extreme immortal sect. The demon emperor was enraged as he stood up. The demon emperor stepped on the ground with his head in the sky. He was simply many times taller than the primordial demon mountain. The ancient netherworld demon emperor was a ferocious and mighty demon emperor of the generation. He was a pure-blooded demons and an overlord of the devil Tao. Blood-colored demonic light shot out from his blood-red eyes as he breathed in and out endless demonic chi. He lifted his right leg and stomped down on Gu Fei. Haha, aren't you afraid of stepping on a nail? Gu Fei laughed loudly. He directly rushed into the sky and punched upwards. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's punch directly hit the sole of the ancient netherworld demon emperor's foot. The extremely violent fist energy directly shook the ancient netherworld demon emperor and forced him to take a step back. How is this possible? Chapter 4799. The fact that ancient netherworld demon emperor was still alive shocked Gu Fei. That's because the Hongtian heavenly emperor had sacrificed his life to perish together with this guy. Although the Hongtian heavenly emperor had died, this guy was still alive. Gu Fei had obtained the inheritance of the Hongtian heavenly emperor. Therefore, the Hongtian heavenly emperor was equivalent to his master. This enmity of killing his master had to be avenged. Gu Fei's body flickered and instantly became as tall as the ancient netherworld demon emperor. Kill. Without any nonsense, Gu Fei directly rushed towards the ancient netherworld demon emperor. His first move was the extreme breaking fist. The horrifying fist energy was like 100,000 true suns exploding at the same time. It rushed towards the ancient netherworld demon emperor with unstoppable momentum. What? The ancient netherworld demon emperor was shocked and angered. In the past, he had fought with the Hongtian heavenly emperor. The battle had caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. In the end, even the underworld god island had been turned into ruins. The Hongtian heavenly emperor had fallen, and the heaven and earth mourned for him. However, the ancient netherworld demon emperor had barely survived. The ancient netherworld demon emperor had suffered unimaginable damage. His demon body, which was known as the invincible devil body, had been crippled by the Hongtian heavenly emperor. Even his divine soul had been mostly destroyed. After countless years of recuperation, he had recovered with great difficulty. However, the speed of recovery was too slow. Only at this moment did he recover to the eternal realm. Compared to when he was at his peak, there was still a huge gap between them. Preposterous. A puny ant dares to compete with this emperor? The ancient netherworld demon emperor roared and also punched out. Rumble. The entire devil sky trembled. Spatial cracks appeared in the void between the heaven and earth. It seemed as if the entire world was about to collapse. The punch from the ancient netherworld demon emperor had directly aroused the power of the devil Tao in the entire world. Boom! The two fists collided, and in the next moment, a terrifying force exploded. Ancient netherworld demon emperor's world directly exploded, and the terrifying demonic power destroyed everything, obliterating the void, and directly submerging Gu Fei in this destructive power. This part of the world turned into primal chaos, and the ancient netherworld demon emperor also hid within the primal chaos. Oomph! Gu Fei split the chaos with a punch and directly attacked ancient netherworld demon emperor. Kill! Demon emperor ancient netherworld was enraged. With a single punch, a huge hole appeared in the primal chaos. It was as if a single punch could open up a world. The two experts started fighting in the primal chaos. In the end, they killed their way out of the primal chaos and arrived at the underworld god and devil abyss. The power of the nether divine abyss could not suppress the power of the ancient netherworld demon emperor. This shocked Gu Fei. This was the first time he had seen a demon that could ignore the power of the eternal demon abyss. The void of the eternal world was much more stable compared to the demonic sky created by the ancient netherworld demon emperor. Even an eternal-level existence would find it hard to cause much damage to the eternal world. The two experts fought endlessly in the nether divine abyss. Terrifying power fluctuations spread out in all directions. Everywhere they went, the incomparably hard mountain rocks would be shattered. Huge craters appeared on the walls of the demon abyss. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions kept ringing out. Gu Fei was like a peerless war emperor, fighting head-on against the ancient netherworld demon emperor. It was a head-on clash. One step to heaven. Gu Fei disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already above the ancient netherworld demon emperor's head. Then, he stomped down with his foot. This foot seemed to trample the entire world under his foot. It was domineering to the extreme. Rumble. The void trembled slightly. What? The ancient netherworld demon emperor was both shocked and angry. When the other party's foot landed, he had no place to hide. He could only fight head-on. As long as he retreated, he would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. He couldn't retreat. Your foot tramples the world. My fist shatters the sky. The ancient netherworld demon emperor roared. His right fist blasted upward like a cannonball. A phantom of a demonic dragon rushed out from his fist and pounced straight at Gu Fei. Rumble. The two supreme forces collided together, causing a shocking sound to erupt. Transparent spatial ripples appeared in the surrounding void. The ancient netherworld demon emperor's ancient netherworld demon dragon fist, which had transformed into the phantom of the ancient netherworld demon dragon, directly collapsed in the void. The ancient netherworld demon emperor fell from the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and a huge crater was formed on the incomparably hard ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. At this time, neither Gu Fei nor the ancient netherworld demon emperor used their worldly aspect to fight. That was because using the worldly aspect in the eternal world would consume a lot of quintessential essence. Gu Fei was blasted high into the sky by the ancient netherworld demon emperor's punch. I need to find a helper. He directly opened the Hongtian realm. In the next moment, One of the generals in the Hongtian realm suddenly opened his eyes. Then, holding a saber in his hand, he rushed out of the Hongtian realm. Ancient Netherworld, you are still alive. The moment that general rushed out of the Hongtian realm, he directly sensed the existence of the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power erupted from the body of that general. Immortal Wu Ji? The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor rushed out of the crater on the ground. When he saw that general, he immediately exclaimed. Immortal Wu Ji was the #1 general under the great emperor of the Hongtian realm. In the war back then, countless demons had died in his hands. He was a terrifying god of death. Die. Immortal Wu Ji was not suppressed by the power of the underworld divine demon abyss. He directly erupted with peak eternal realm battle power and charged at the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. Wong. The demon extinction saber in his hand fiercely slashed down at the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor who was rushing up from below. Shua. The saber light soared tens of millions of zhong and instantly descended on the top of the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's head. Roar. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor bellowed. In the next moment, a demonic diagram rushed out from his body and blocked the demon extinction saber. Crack. Wu Jixian's devil-vanquishing saber actually managed to leave a 1-foot-long gash on the demonic diagram. What? Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld shock was no small matter. Immortal Wu Ji's saber light continued to descend. In the next moment, demonic blood splattered everywhere. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's left shoulder actually suffered a blow, and he immediately retreated. Immortal Wu Ji's war saber could actually injure the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he immediately became spirited. The #1 war god under the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor was not an exaggeration. At this moment, Immortal Wu Ji's attack succeeded, and he immediately attacked again. The saber light illuminated the heaven and earth, dispersing the demonic energy in the surroundings. The other demonic creatures in the underworld divine demon abyss had already fled, and no demonic creatures dared to stay. Clang. Demon Venerable Ancient Netherworld finally used his weapon. He raised a spear and blocked Immortal Wu Ji's mighty and invincible saber. Chapter 4800. At the bottom of the underworld divinity and demonic abyss, a war between immortals and demons broke out. Wu Jixian was the most capable general under Great Emperor Vast Sky. His cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the eternal realm. Now that he had reappeared, he was able to force ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor to retreat. Saber Chi rampaged, and ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's demonic blood kept spilling out. This was the demonic blood of a demonic body that had surpassed the eternal realm. Every drop contained a huge amount of demonic chi. If such a drop of demonic blood appeared in the human realm or heavenly realm, it would directly destroy the entire world. Fortunately, this was the eternal world, and on the underworld God Island. This was the lair of ancient, pure-blooded demons. When ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's demonic blood fell on the ground, it was absorbed by the earth and disappeared without a trace. Ha ha! Fun! Fun! At this time, no one noticed that in the distant void, a veiled woman was riding a demonic dragon, watching this wonderful show. Clang! Wu Jixian roared, and the saber in his hand collided with ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's spear. Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was sent flying again. He was unwilling to accept this. If he was at his peak, he could have killed Wu Jixian with a slap. But now, Demon Emperor had really fallen to the ground and was being bullied by this little guy from the immortal Tao. Ancient Netherworld, hand over your life. Wu Jixian brandished his saber and attacked ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. Gu Fei had no intention of taking action. This Wu Jixian should be able to deal with the current ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. After all, ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's injuries were too serious. Even after countless years of recuperation, ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was still very weak. Facing an existence like Wu Jixian who was at his peak, it was already good enough that he was not killed. Boom! Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld slammed into the stone wall, creating a huge crater in the wall. Go to hell. Wu Jixian gripped his saber tightly with both hands and slashed at the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. The extremely sharp saber Qi instantly left a long saber mark on the rock wall. This slash contained all of Wu Jixian's power. Wherever the saber light passed, an earth-shattering scream resounded. Demonic blood spurted out, and an arm flew off. At the same time, a battle spear shot out from the crater like a demonic lightning and directly pierced through Wu Jixian's left shoulder. Wu Jixian was sent flying several miles away by the demonic spear. He grabbed the demonic spear with his right hand and pulled it out. Blood splattered everywhere. At this time, the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor slowly walked out of the pit on the cliff. His hair was messy, his face was ferocious, and one of his arms was missing. It turned out that Wu Jixian had chopped off the right arm of Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld. Preposterous! I want you dead. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was furious to the extreme. Two blood-red rays rushed out of his blood-red eyes, and his whole body was surrounded by demonic flames. He was burning his own demonic yuan. This was a secret technique of the pure-blood demons to burn their demonic yuan. It allowed their cultivation and combat power to soar. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor seemed to have recovered to his peak state. The right arm that had been chopped off was also rapidly recovering. The flesh and bones were growing again. In just an instant, the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's right arm had completely recovered. Boom! The ancient Netherworld Great Emperor took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Wu Jixian. Without any hesitation, he punched at Wu Jixian. Like a raging sea, the fist energy directly collided with Wu Jixian. Wu Jixian was blasted away. There was no suspense. He was already coughing out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Damn it! Wu Jixian landed on the ground. He staggered and almost fell. The demon extinction saber in his hand was still firmly grasped in his hand. Kill, kill, kill. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor seemed to have fallen into madness. His blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust. He directly rushed towards Wu Jixian. The ground under his feet cracked. He was incomparably ferocious. Wu Jixian had forced the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor to use the secret technique of the pure-blood demons. He did not hesitate to consume his natal demonic yuan to stimulate the potential in his body. However, the secret technique of burning blood of the pure-blood demons could raise their combat power to an unimaginable level in a short period of time. However, the after-effects were unbearable for the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. Even if he could kill Wu Jixian, there would be a huge problem with his body. His countless years of effort would be wasted. It was impossible for the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor to recover his cultivation and become the peerless Demon Emperor. One could well imagine how much the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor hated Wu Jixian. With the support of the secret technique of burning blood, the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's strength had reached an unimaginable level. With another punch, the Devil's Extinction Saber in Wu Jixian's hand was sent flying. Wu Jixian was sent flying again. He had suffered serious injuries. Preposterous. Wu Jixian was also furious. His master, the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor, had died in the hands of this guy. His master had done him a great favor. He had to take revenge. However, the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was really terrifying. He had lost 90% of his life, but he was still so powerful. In the past, during the battle of the Underworld God Island, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. A peerless great emperor's sword almost split the entire Underworld God Island in half. This was the origin of the Underworld God Demon Abyss. Gu Fei had obtained some of the memories of the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor. He knew that there was more than one great emperor who had participated in the battle. The Hongtian Heavenly Emperor and the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor had perished together. However, the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor had died, while the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was still alive. This was absolutely something that no one could have imagined. Seeing that Wu Jixian was about to be beaten to death, Gu Fei had no choice but to take action. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound resounded. The earth cracked, and a giant snake rushed out from the ground. It swallowed the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor who was charging towards Wu Jixian aggressively. This, Gu Fei was dumbfounded. What the F***CK? This was really a turn of events. Was this even possible? The appearance of the devil python caused the entire underworld god-demon abyss to change color. Blood-colored devil lightning descended from the sky, wreaking havoc in the underworld god-demon abyss. The unlucky demonic creatures that were struck by the blood-colored devil lightning were directly destroyed in body and soul. Some of the more powerful demonic creatures could only resist 3 or 4 devil lightning bolts before dying tragically. Even Gu Fei had to avoid these devil lightning bolts. As for Wu Jixian, he was directly sucked into the Hongtian realm by Gu Fei to recuperate. Within the Hongtian realm, there were more than 100,000 immortal soldiers and immortal generals. This was Gu Fei's trump card. However, when the terrifying blood-colored devil lightning struck the body of the giant snake, it actually couldn't hurt it in the slightest. Moreover, the blood-colored devil lightning seemed to be targeting the giant snake. However, the giant snake was bathed in the blood-colored devil lightning and was actually devouring the essence of the devil lightning. What is this thing? Gu Fei was truly frightened. This giant snake was incomparably huge, like a mountain ridge. It coiled on the ground and emitted an incomparably shocking aura. Chapter 4801. The emergence of the giant snake caused a vast amount of demonic energy, shaking the heavens and earth. Blood-colored demonic thunder descended from the sky one after another, directly bombarding the giant snake's body. However, the giant snake simply ignored the terrifying demonic thunder. At this time, the incomparably huge demonic snake had already discovered Gu Fei. The giant snake directly swung its tail, directly whipping towards Gu Fei. "Oomph!" Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, he directly rushed into the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, rocks flew everywhere. The place where Gu Fei originally stood was directly smashed by the tail of the demonic snake, leaving a deep pit, and the surrounding ground also cracked. Heaven treading step, one step into the sky. Gu Fei directly displayed his trump card. With a flash, he appeared in the sky above the demon snake and stomped his foot down on the demon snake's head. Boom! The power of heaven treading step erupted from under Gu Fei's feet, directly stepping on the head of the demonic snake, which was even bigger than a mountain. With a loud noise, the ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. Gu Fei's foot directly trampled the hideous triangular head of the demonic snake into the ground. At the same time, a demonic light suddenly rushed out of the abdomen of the demonic snake, and a figure directly rushed out of the abdomen of the demonic snake. This guy was actually the Mongolian demon emperor, who was swallowed by the demonic snake previously. After all, ancient netherworld demon emperor was a magnate of the demonic path from countless years ago, an existence that surpassed the eternal realm. Even if his cultivation had just recovered to the eternal realm, it would not be so easy for a giant snake to eat him. Ancient netherworld demon emperor, who rushed out of the belly of the demonic snake, directly wanted to escape. Boom! Gu Fei directly blasted a punch at ancient netherworld demon emperor, and the violent fist energy shook the world. Little guy, ancient netherworld demon emperor was shocked and angry. He also punched out, meeting Gu Fei's fist. Bam! With a muffled sound, demon emperor ancient netherworld was sent flying, and demon blood sprinkled in the air. At this time, the demonic snake swept towards Gu Fei in a frenzy. Humph! Like a phantom, Gu Fei dodged the attack. At the same time, the demon snake rushed towards ancient netherworld demon emperor and swallowed ancient netherworld demon emperor. This demon snake was extremely ferocious. The wound on its abdomen that had just been split open by the ancient netherworld demon emperor had actually disappeared, as if it had never been injured in the first place. A demon snake with an eternal demon body? Looking at this scene, Gu Fei was truly taken aback. If this demon snake were to leave the underworld god island, no one would be able to control it. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire demon snake suddenly exploded in the middle and broke into two. The extremely unlucky demon emperor netherworld rushed out again, but this time, he was even weaker. Die! Without hesitation, Gu Fei immediately displayed his extreme speed and rushed over. With a single sword strike, he split ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor in two. A drop of demon blood was dripping from the tip of the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. This was a divine sword that he had taken out from the Hong Tian realm. Even if ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor had the strongest demon body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. And just as Gu Fei split ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor in two, a ball of demonic light rushed out from ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's body and instantly disappeared in the sky above the underworld god demon abyss. Seeing this, Gu Fei felt helpless. In the end, he still couldn't kill this demon emperor. The ball of demonic light that rushed out from ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's body must be his divine soul. Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul had escaped. As long as this fella could find a suitable body, he would be able to reincarnate. At this time, the demonic snake that was split into two by ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor kept rolling on the ground. In the end, the two parts of the demonic snake actually joined together and fused together. Even this is possible? Gu Fei was a little surprised. However, he didn't give this fella any chance. Since he had already made his move, he would kill them all. These demonic creatures were too powerful. It didn't matter if they were trapped in the underworld god-demon abyss. However, once they left the underworld god-demon abyss and rushed out of the underworld god island, there would be a good show to watch. Swish! Gu Fei directly rushed past the demonic snake's head. That gigantic head that was bigger than a mountain directly fell off. However, in the next moment, boom! The gigantic snake's head exploded. Another ball of demonic light soared into the sky and disappeared in the sky above the underworld god-demon abyss. These fellas, Gu Fei was already prepared. However, he didn't expect that the demonic snake would actually make such a move. The gigantic snake's head exploded, and the force that erupted was extremely strong. This force directly sent Gu Fei flying, and he landed far away. Otherwise, how could the demonic snake's divine soul escape? One must know that Gu Fei cultivated the heaven-treading steps. With one step, he could step into the sky and roam the universe. Gu Fei had the world's fastest speed. The aura emitted from ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor and the demonic snake's corpse was very shocking. Even if it was just a corpse, it could still intimidate the demonic creatures. The other demonic creatures didn't even dare to approach this area. I can't waste it. Gu Fei directly circulated his mystic art to devour the pure demonic qi from the underworld god-demon emperor's corpse. This fellow was a pure-blooded demon. The demonic qi in his body was even more precious than the immortal divine medicine. This was a power that surpassed the eternal pure-blooded demon emperor. Who wouldn't want to have it? Rumble. Very soon, a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. This was the sound produced when the true essence in his body was circulating crazily. Just as Gu Fei was refining the essence contained in the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's corpse, in the sky above the underworld god and devil abyss, there were two soul lights floating beside the mysterious demoness who was standing on a demonic dragon. Among the two balls of soul light, one of them was a supreme devilish shadow, while the other one was a small black snake. These two soul lights were the divine souls of the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor and the peerless demonic snake. Their divine souls were actually intercepted by the mysterious demoness. Old ancestor, please let this lowly one go. The underworld god demon emperor's divine soul seemed to be very afraid. In front of the mysterious demoness, he, the supreme demon emperor who had once dominated the world and even fought to death with Hong Tian heavenly emperor, was actually like a mouse in front of a cat. Even the peerless demonic snake's divine soul was shivering with extreme fear. When I'm done playing, I will naturally let you go. The mysterious demoness smiled. The ancient Netherworld demon emperor was really speechless. Even though this ancestor had lived for countless years, she still loved to play. Back then, it was this ancestor who destroyed the underworld god island. Whenever this ancestor appeared, nothing good would happen. The ancient Netherworld demon emperor couldn't be afraid because no matter how this ancestor played, he would be fine and wouldn't die. But he was different. He could die because even at his peak, his cultivation had not reached the realm of immortality. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.